Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Right, some appearances, please.
Yes, if it please the Commission, I appear with Ms Marsh this morning.
Ms Hogan-Doran, you've got
Please
Mr Vial.
Please, Commissioner, I appear today with Mr Vial and Mr Britton for the Commonwealth.
Thank you. Ms McLeod.
Good morning, Commissioner. I appear for Mr Pratt with Ms Barrett of Council.
Thank you. And Mr Brady.
Yes, good morning, Commissioner. With the Commission's leave, I appear for the witness this morning, Ms Serena Wilson.
Thank you. Now, I think Ms Wilson was excused on the last occasion and may need to be re-sworn.
That's correct.
So, all right, I'll have to get you to take an oath through an affirmation again, Ms Wilson. I can't remember which you took last up.
Affirmation.
Affirmation, thanks. Would you mind standing?
The response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, Commissioner, perhaps before I start with Ms Wilson, I might tender the exhibits. They commence on the draft in terms of new exhibits at number 5664 and conclude at number 5731.
Thank you. Well, the exhibits listed, the items listed on the draft which haven't previously been admitted are now admitted with the numbers they bear in the draft exhibit list. Thank you.
Ms Wilson, you provided an additional statement since you last gave evidence dated 21 February 2023.
Yes.
And you did that, as I understand that statement, because you had the opportunity to reflect upon the evidence that you previously gave and documents which you say you had not seen prior to giving evidence.
Yes.
There are some typographical errors of a minor nature in respect of that document. Do you have a copy in front of you?
I do.
All right. Perhaps if you could take us to those.
Yes. Paragraph 10 on page 2.
Yes.
The second sentence, this is an editing rather than a typographical, should commence, as far as I am aware, DSS did not see the final executive minute in 2015 before it went to the Minister and were not included at the table, etc. And then the final sentence in that paragraph, no opportunity was given to DSS to scrutinise it before it went to the Minister.
Sorry. What was the last amendment?
No opportunity was given to DSS to scrutinise it, that is the executive minute, before it went to the Minister.
Thank you.
Page 3, paragraph 12.
Yes.
The second sentence should start, it is my belief that it was only after the OCI was implemented so badly and the Ombudsman's own motion inquiry commenced that DHS engaged with DSS, and even then it was quite superficial.
Thank you.
Page 4, paragraph 23, there's a missing of in the final second last sentence, because of the information that DHS had procedural guidelines. And page 5, paragraph 29, there's a redundant for in the first sentence, so it should read, on 24 February 2017, the Ombudsman's Office subsequently requested advice deleting the for.
Thank you.
And I believe that's it, Council.
One of the topics that you cover in that statement, Ms Wilson, is In broad terms, is the question of whether you were aware that averaging was being used by DHS under the PAYG manual compliance scheme and the OCI scheme prior to the Ombudsman's investigation in January 2017. Is that right?
Yes.
And as I understand the effect of your statement, you say that you were not aware that averaging was being used.
That's correct. I was, yes.
Another topic that you address in your statement is the approach that you perceived or were aware of by coalition ministers in respect of social security, which was different to the previous government, and that included the ministers and their staff.
Yes.
From recollection, I think you started in the Deputy Secretary role in DSS on the 1st of January 2015.
No, that's not correct. So DSS was created after the coalition came to government in 2013.
Yes.
And when the Department of Social Services was established at that point, I was a Deputy Secretary in FAXIA, the previous department. I already had responsibility for a range of social security payments, and a number of additional social security policy areas came over from the Department of Employment into the DSS portfolio. So I assumed responsibility for more of those at that time. Then there was a restructure, I think in early 2014 or late 2013, where I took on all of the social security responsibilities. So it was prior to January 2015.
Had you ever worked at Centrelink during your long career in the public service?
Never.
In terms of your position as at January 2015, was there anyone with greater policy knowledge and experience within DSS in respect of social security payment?
Oh, certainly. There were members of my staff who had worked on social security for decades and were exceedingly expert.
And who are they?
Mr. Andrew Whitecross. Who else would there be? People at director level, Ms. Alana Foster, Mr. Ian Joyce, who else? Let me think. There are two that stand out, and their staff amongst my SES. I'm trying to think of others. They would have had a number of staff in their branches who had much longer experience and more intimate knowledge than me.
Okay. Generally, though, were your dealings with their staff or with them, that is, with Mr. Whitecross, Ms. Foster, Mr. Joyce?
Sorry, what was the question, Council?
Were your dealings generally, in terms of people that you regarded to have greater experience than you, with Mr. Whitecross, Ms. Foster and Mr. Joyce, or with their staff?
Usually with them, but sometimes with their staff as well. Usually my interactions would be with them or the group managers that they reported through when they weren't in group manager positions. So at some stages in that period, I think Mr. Whitecross would have been an acting group manager and Ms. Foster perhaps an acting group manager. I can't remember exactly who was acting as a Band 2 and who was a Band 1, exactly when over that period.
All right. Can I take you to paragraph 4 of your statement dated 21 February 2023? You describe the different attitude taken by the coalition government to the social security system and the view of deserving and undeserving poor. Can you elaborate on the concept of deserving and undeserving poor as you understood it?
There was, from my perspective, a fairly pejorative view of many jobless people, particularly those receiving the New Start allowance or the youth allowance who were receiving it due to being unemployed. And that was exemplified in a range of new policy proposals that were agreed by the Expenditure Review Committee, particularly in the first coalition budget.
That is the 2014 budget?
That's correct.
In May 2014?
That's correct.
You go on to identify in that paragraph that you had built your career trying to improve lifetime wellbeing and address the needs of disadvantaged people. What do you mean by that?
To improve outcomes for people in terms of linking them to assistance to address barriers to employment, to address issues of financial need, either through changes to payments or the creation of new patient payments or changes to eligibility for payments. I'd also been very much involved in the development of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. I had been very much involved in a range of measures that sought to address the needs of carers on income support. They're examples of the sorts of things that I had worked on, I guess of which I was very proud.
Yes, as you describe those measures, they could equally be consistent with the duties of your role.
Clearly.
But are you saying something more than that, that it reflected work you were passionate about or values you held deeply?
Yes.
Can I take you to paragraph 8? You talk about the sequence of ministers for the Department of Social Security from 2015 to 2018. Is the first of those that you refer to then Minister Morrison?
Yes.
And is the second sentence applicable to your sense of his approach?
His office is what the second sentence refers to. So it was my experience in working with his office and then subsequent officers was that they had a lot of requests for us for costings of various options that they wished to explore and data that supported that exploration. Often those requests would come in by phone or just by email, and they would expect a costing table or a set of data on a proposal, and I would insist and push that at the same time as that was provided, we would provide some commentary on the merits of particular proposals.
I want to focus particularly on the period after Minister Morrison commenced in late December 2014 through to the Expenditure Review Committee considering the PAYG budget measure on 25 March 2015. You met with Minister Morrison on a number of occasions during that 3-month period?
Yes.
When was your first meeting with him? Was it on the 30th of December when Mr Pratt met with him at his Sydney office?
I don't believe, I can't recall if I went to that meeting or not, to be honest, Council. I did some preparatory work to support that meeting. I worked on Boxing Day and in that period between Christmas and the 30th of December, but I can't recall if I attended that meeting with Mr Pratt or not.
Do you recall any feedback from Mr Pratt about the approach taken by Minister Morrison in respect of the costings and data savings?
No.
Right. What is the first meeting that you recall with Minister Morrison where these topics, to your mind, or you gained this sense from him, if at all?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
What is your first recollection of an interaction with Minister Morrison where you got this sense from him, if in fact you did get it from him as opposed to his office?
I don't believe I necessarily got it from him. It was a strong push from his office, who I believe was speaking with his authority. But the early meetings I had with Mr Morrison were trying to help him understand how things worked, what was on the table to be further explored, and so on. So my statement goes to the interactions with his office.
Were you aware, or do you recall, in January 2015, Mr Morrison participating in a radio interview, 2GB I think, where there was a reference to a tough welfare cop on the beat and a reference to a crackdown?
I can't recall it, but I probably heard it at the time, but I can't recall.
And I take it what you are conveying in paragraph 8 in the context of what you describe in paragraph 4 about building your career in a particular way according to a particular value set was that the approach of the Minister's office occasionally conflicted with your value set.
I think it's more that it conflicted with what I thought was the rigour of policy development, starting with what problem is the government seeking to fix or address, what's the evidence about that problem, what are the merits of different strategies that might address it, rather than starting with a solution or a proposal that on occasions appeared to me to be looking for a problem.
We covered much of the early period in 2015 in the evidence you previously gave.
Yes.
We'll come to some documents shortly, but broadly speaking, would you agree that up to at least 23 January 2015, your position in respect of the proposed PAYG measure, which was to be included in the executive minute to Minister Morrison, was strong opposition on a number of grounds?
Yes.
And that those grounds included both policy questions, the approach being inconsistent with welfare policy. We can go into detail if you like, but that was one of the grounds. I know you're nodding, but it's being...
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Beg your pardon.
And legal grounds was another basis of your strong opposition.
Yes.
And you communicated your strong opposition to Ms Golightly orally.
Yes.
And you are aware now at least that it was included in documents sent between the departments which Ms Golightly ultimately received.
Yes.
That is, there was no ambiguity in your position on the proposal that it should not proceed?
On the proposal as we understood it then, yes.
Yes. If we move forward in time to 26 February 2015, you are aware of documents which reveal that the signed executive minute was sent from persons within DHS to persons within DSS and forwarded to you on that date.
Yes. I hadn't recalled that it had been forwarded to me, and I don't know whether I read it on that day. I've since read it immediately prior to the last hearing.
One of the points you make in this statement, and that paragraph can be recalled, is that you found your interactions with Ms. Golightly to be not as you might have hoped. What do you mean when you make those references to her about how you found your dealings with her?
She was a very forceful character. She didn't enjoy being questioned and made that pretty clear. She was very confident in her own judgment. I didn't find her to be a collaborative and cooperative person to work with, and I had some history with Ms. Golightly.
What was that history?
In 2005, she was my Deputy Secretary in the Department of Employment, and I had a very unhappy relationship with her.
And was she at a more senior level to you at that point?
Yes, she was my direct manager.
Right. And what period of time did that hierarchy exist between you?
Not quite 12 months.
When you say very unhappy, do you mean that you were lodging complaints about her behaviour with the secretary?
No, I didn't take anything. I didn't take anything up formally.
Was there any informal measures in respect of her management or supervision of you?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
You said you didn't take anything up formally. What about informally? Were any informal discussions had?
I certainly had discussions with colleagues,
Yes.
and I was seeking other roles because I found her very difficult to work with, and I was successful in obtaining a transfer to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet.
Was your approach then rather to take formal measures which were available to you, which confronted her management style, to sidestep the difficulties and look elsewhere?
I did seek some assistance from peers and previous colleagues who had experience with Ms. Golightly in how to manage working with her. I didn't take it up the hierarchy to the then secretary. I did not pursue bullying claims against her. It's a very fraught area in the Australian Public Service.
Why is that?
It depends upon the culture of the organisation and how well people are supported to do that, but I didn't perceive that it would likely be successful in the organisation for which I was working at that time, and so I decided to seek roles elsewhere.
Who was the secretary?
Mr. Peter Boxall, or Dr. Boxall rather.
What about your relationship with Finn Pratt? When you last gave evidence, you described him, I think, in terms which might be summarised as collegiate and respectful.
Yes.
You wouldn't have had any difficulty in 2015 raising with him difficulties that you had with Ms. Golightly?
No, I mean, he he was aware of her style because they had worked together previously, and he was aware, I believe, of other staff members in human services who had not enjoyed working with her. But I guess I was trying to get on with things.
When you say he worked with Ms Golightly previously, when was that to your knowledge?
They worked together in employment, and I believe that he was her secretary in the Department of Human Services when he was in the Department of Human Services, but I'm not confident about that. I can't recall when she started in Human Services and whether he was the secretary then.
To your observation in 2014 and 2015, early 2015, did Mr Pratt and Ms Golightly have the appearance of a good working relationship?
I don't know that they were working together closely at that time. I don't know that I would have had any perspectives on that in particular. I knew they went back a long time together, having previously worked in employment together, but I don't think I can say more than that.
Did you feel intimidated by Ms Golightly in 2005 when she was your Deputy Secretary?
Yes. I felt intimidated and bullied.
And how much did your equal rank, as it were, albeit in the parent department, affect your perception of her?
Well, we weren't a parent department. They were two equal departments of state. It wasn't a parent-child relationship. In terms of our working relationship, as I say in my statement, it wasn't collegiate, and on a number of occasions I felt quite pushed by her or would experience pushback from her. And on occasions, or quite often really, if there were a disagreement or different view between the departments, Ms Golightly would make clear that she believed that she spoke with the authority of her secretary, and that was then difficult to unpack or question her position.
But surely you spoke with the authority of your secretary so far as this PAYG measure was concerned.
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
I'll take it in two parts. You did push back against Ms Golightly up to 23 January 2015.
Yes.
And surely you spoke with the authority of Mr Pratt when you did so.
Yes, I think, I believe that I had let him know my concerns about the proposal as it was coming through at that stage, and that I would let Ms Golightly know about those concerns and pass them on, which I did. And I wanted to make sure that he wasn't blindsided should it be escalated within DHS and raised with him by Ms Campbell. So yes, he was aware, and I felt that I had his support in providing feedback to DHS.
Would you also say you had his trust in this area where you were primarily responsible?
Yes.
Complete trust?
Well, I'm not sure that I can reflect on that. I think that's a question for Mr Pratt.
Did the existence of his trust of you appear in your day-to-day working relationship? That is, when he questioned you about something and you gave an answer, he accepted your position?
Oh, sometimes we discuss it in more detail, and he'd want to unpack something a bit and understand it. But he generally, I think, accepted the advice that I put forward.
Well, when we come to late February in the chronology, you would agree with me that there is no pushback by you in respect of the progression of the PAYG measure.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't accept that.
And why don't you accept that?
Because there was a discussion with Ms. Golightly, and I don't know exactly when it occurred, but we had a discussion between 26th or the 27th of February and when the new policy proposal was lodged, where, as I said in my second statement, Ms. Golightly approached me, letting me know, and I now know that the executive minute came into the department and was forwarded to me in an email chain, which I didn't know prior to the last hearing, that Minister Morrison wished to pursue. She came to speak with me about that, and we discussed the nature of the proposal, and I believe reached an agreement that there would not be any income smoothing involved and that there would be no change to the way that earnings were assessed and debts were calculated for social security purposes. And so there was pushback from me and my staff in that period of late February leading into the budget, which I believe resulted in the new policy proposal being changed.
Apart from the insertion of those particular words, how was there to be a change of implementation of what was proposed in the executive minute, to your knowledge?
Well, I didn't have a lot of knowledge about the proposed implementation, but I believed that DHS had understood the concerns that we had raised, that they accepted our position and that they would change and intended to change their implementation approach such that it didn't require legislative change.
You, of course, were briefed with or copied into various drafts of the new policy proposal as it went through the budget coordination unit within DSS in the lead up to the Expenditure Review Committee.
Yes, I was copied into copies as they came through.
You were the responsible Deputy Secretary?
No, I was the Deputy Secretary responsible for the Social Security stream.
Yes.
It was a Department of Human Services new policy proposal.
But it fell within the Social Security stream and it was brought forward by Mr. Pratt.
It was brought forward as part of the portfolio budget submission.
Yes.
By Minister Morrison. It's his budget submission.
And the portfolio budget submission is the DSS portfolio budget submission.
Of which a number of elements were Department of Human Services proposals that were collated with the portfolio budget submission for Minister Morrison to take forward to the Expenditure Review Committee, being the portfolio minister in Cabinet.
And so you had the opportunity throughout that process of some weeks to review exposure drafts, coordination drafts, and the various comments which were received in respect of those drafts from other departments.
I had access to those, though I was copied into those, yes.
And given what you described earlier as the pushback that you were comfortable making up to 23 January 2015 and then again on 26 or 27 January 2015.
Well, sometime between then and when the final version came in, as I said, I don't recall the date.
Yes, but you were comfortable pushing back because of your strongly held opposition to the proposal as it was first advanced in the executive minute or the drafts of the executive minute. You would have been interested to know what was in the new policy proposal through the exposure draft and coordination draft stage. Surely.
Well, I was pretty consumed with my own responsibilities and the range of new policy proposals that I was commissioned to take forward and have developed. I was copied in to successive versions. I felt assured when I looked at the version that was included in the portfolio budget submission.
What about on the 4th of March 2015 when you were copied into that version of the NPP?
So I believe it contained the words, "There will be no change to the way in which earnings are assessed and debts calculated," or something to that effect, and that gave me a degree of assurance, yes.
Now, did you make any notes of this meeting or conversation with Ms Golightly where you say you pushed back and said the bottom line is this can't involve averaging and it has to have these words?
I don't know because I don't have access to my personal notebooks from the time where I would have jotted down actions to be taken. So I don't know.
You don't have any emails to reflect this
No,
conversation?
no, I don't.
It's an important one though, isn't it, given the preceding position held by you and your department?
Yes,
And you're confident that those words were said by you,
yes,
in the sense that you were pushing back on the proposal rather than cooperating to find a way to progress it without legislative change?
I believe that I was explaining what would be required as essential elements of the proposal in a broad sense, such that it didn't require legislative change. So that, yes, that's all I want to say.
Yes, but your opposition to the proposal, as you understood it in January and then in the final executive minute, really descended into the way in which the proposal was implemented, which was the source of the opposition.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
You understood the way in which the proposal was to be implemented in January and according to the terms of the executive minute, and that formed the basis of your opposition to it.
I still don't understand what you're asking me.
Well, you say you responded to her with an expectation in broad terms about what it could not do, but you already had knowledge of how it was proposed to be done.
Yes, but I believe that DHS had taken that advice on board and were changing and had changed the proposal at the point that it was being lodged as part of the portfolio budget submission.
And in terms of the use of PAYG data over periods where people didn't respond to correct or confirm the accuracy of the PAYG data, what did you understand there?
I understood that there would be opportunities for customers to clarify the information presented to them,
Yes.
and I did not. I believe that DHS had accepted our position on averaging and smoothing, that it couldn't be used as the basis.
Yes, you keep saying what you believe they wouldn't do. My questions are related to what you believed they would do, given you understood that what they would do, as it was proposed in January and February, was contrary to your understanding of the law and social security policy. Surely you concerned yourself with what they would do.
Not at a detailed level, no.
But weren't you concerned that if nothing changed at implementation level, that you would still be in the same position?
No, because I believe that DHS understood the the feedback that we'd provided to them and had taken it on board. So I had no basis on which to be concerned.
Because you believed Ms Golightly's assurance that that would be the case.
Yes.
You had no reason not to trust her.
No, I didn't believe that she was a deliberately untruthful person. I found her a forceful personality, but I had no reason not to accept her assurances.
It was a simple thing, though, for you to ask, so how will you do it if you're not using averaging?
Well, in hindsight, yes.
But that's what the reason you met, wasn't it? To work out what could happen with what the minister asked to be pursued.
Yes, and the advice I was given was that they would be using a lot of new tools in risk profiling and analytics to identify those people most at risk.
That doesn't explain how debts are raised.
No, but we were given assurances that debts would not be raised on a different basis to the basis that was already the practice and supported by policy and law.
It was a simple thing, though, for you to ask, so how will you do it if you are not using averaging?
Yes.
And you're saying you didn't ask the question,
No.
despite what had led up to this point.
No.
And you say you weren't intimidated by Ms Golightly in this conversation.
She was forceful and persuasive. I wouldn't say that I was intimidated. I thought we had a mutual understanding.
If it was a free-flowing conversation, as you say, it was a simple thing to ask the question which based your opposition on multiple grounds. And I'm asking why you didn't.
Oh, I can't recall now all of the specifics of the conversation. It's difficult, it's a very long time ago. But I had no reason to believe that they didn't get the DSS position. So that's all I can say. In hindsight, clearly, I wish I had.
Now, if you weren't intimidated by Ms Golightly, did you feel any pressure from the minister? That is the change in approach that you describe in your third statement.
She advised me that the minister wished to pursue it.
That was clear enough from the
Yeah,
executive minute.
that's right. But I didn't feel any personal pressure, no.
What about a lack of support from Mr Pratt?
No.
So, despite what you say about your working relationship with Ms Golightly historically, it was not a feature in this conversation, which affected why you didn't ask the obvious question?
No, I don't believe it was. She was forceful and persuasive, but
And despite what you say about the approach of the coalition government and their focus and the minister's office, and that wasn't a feature in why you didn't ask the obvious question either.
no, I was consumed with the range of things that I had to get into the portfolio budget submission. And so that's where my significant focus was at the time.
I suggest you were very focused on this measure in the meeting that you had with Ms Golightly and how it could be introduced without legislative change.
No, I wasn't. I was,
You're thinking about other things.
yes, it was very close to a whole range of documents having to be lodged. I believe that they understood the DSS position. I believe that there was an agreement about the essential elements that couldn't be part of the proposal. And given the explicit and comprehensive nature of the feedback that we'd provided, I thought they got it.
Weren't DSS and DHS supposed to be working with each other on the legislative and policy change needed according to the executive minute?
Yes.
And so how were you working with DHS on the change if you didn't know the details of it?
I understand that there were discussions between Mr Kimber, possibly Mr McBride and DHS staff around the same period that went to some more detail. I wasn't present at those discussions.
Did anyone from DSS understand how this program was actually going to work in terms of debt recovery?
I don't know, Commissioner.
Wouldn't you as Deputy Secretary?
Not necessarily. It was still a Department of Human Services measure being taken forward by them through the DSS portfolio budget submission. And so they were signing off on every element of it.
Yes, but the question we had just addressed before was whether anybody at DSS understood what was involved, and you said, well, people in the department might have. And my question to you was, well, if your staff understood it, wouldn't you be told about it?
I might have been, I could have been, I can't recall having detailed discussions about it at that time.
Another complaint you make, Ms Wilson, in your third statement is that there was a lack of cooperation or inclusion of DSS by DHS in the development of the executive minute because you never saw the final version. I know you're nodding again, but
Yes,
that's the case.
yes.
If we could have Exhibit 2669 on the screen, this is the executive minute. You'll find it behind tab 77 in that bundle, Ms Wilson, DSS.5.
Sorry, which tab?
77. It's also on the screen if you would like to see it there.
I'll have to get the tab, it's a bit faint on the screen.
Volume 1, tab 77.
Yep. Yes, I have it, Council.
Can I take you to paragraph 9 on the second page, .0038, 2 of 17?
Yes.
You see someone's highlight and underlined issues or parts of this paragraph. Does that paragraph accurately reflect your view prior to the finalisation of the executive minute in respect of the PAYG clean-up measure?
It's at a very high level, but it indicates that there may have significant implications for social security policy and legislation.
Yes, does it reflect your view at that time?
Yes.
Okay. Would you add anything to it if you were dealing with matters at a high level, if you had the opportunity?
I don't know the answer to that
Okay.
question.
Take you to page 10 then. This is the measure which is addressed in detail. .0046,
Yep.
the systematic clean-up of non-compliance. That's page 10 of 17. And you can see what's described there, and I think we went through this in detail on the occasion you previously gave your evidence.
Yes.
Um,
I'm not sure that we did go through this in detail on the previous
Oh,
occasion.
okay. Well, you've read it now in preparation for your evidence. That is, you read it before you arrived today.
Yes.
You undoubtedly read it before you made your third statement,
Yes.
and it was the basis of the criticism about the lack of cooperation or notice about the opportunity to have input into the final version of the minute.
Yes.
All right?
We didn't see the final minute before it went, yes.
That's the point you make in your final statement.
Yes.
And having the opportunity to peruse this in preparation for your third statement and for your evidence here today, did you identify any features set out in the dot points of paragraph 7 about the approach that was proposed, which differed to your understanding of the way it was proposed to DSS up to 23 January 2015 when you were providing input into the draft of the executive minute?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Question is, has anything changed to your understanding about the implementation of the proposal?
It doesn't, from what I can see, talk about averaging or smoothing. And so it seems to be silent on that point.
There's no express reference to it, but what does the application of ATO data mean as the trusted source?
I don't really know.
Are you saying that when you received this document on 26 February 2015, you thought your concerns had already been taken into account?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not sure that I read the document on the 26th of February 2016. I have seen that it was
All right.
appended to the email chain that I received, but to be frank, I'm not sure that I picked that up and read this document at that point in time.
You must have read it at the time that you had the meeting with Melissa Golightly.
I can't recall that, Councillor. I'm not sure.
How can you recall the words that you required to be inserted into a document, but not recall reading the executive minute about which you complain in your third statement?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
How can your memory be so patchy about this period of 1 or 2 days where you remember clearly the conversation you had with Ms. Golightly and the words you required to be inserted into a document and not remember whether you read this? What's your explanation for that?
Well, it's a very long time ago. We're talking about early 2015, and there was a lot happening at that time in terms of budget preparation, and I didn't recall the last time I gave evidence that I had seen this and believed that I saw it for the first time immediately before that hearing. I have since had access to my emails and saw that I was copied into a chain to where it was appended, but I don't recall whether or not I read it. And I can recall the meeting with Ms. Golightly because of then taking actions such as ringing Mr. Kimber and having a phone conversation with her subsequently. That's what sticks in my mind.
Yes, my question is, both of these things happened within days of each other, so they're both a very long time ago. You can
Yes.
remember one, that is, you can remember something that is in your favour, your assertion that this couldn't involve averaging, but you can't remember reading the document about the implementation of it. I'm suggesting there's an inconsistency in your evidence.
I don't
Understand your
accept-
position?
I don't accept that there's an inconsistency. Memories aren't perfect, and it was a very long time ago.
Now, as you read it now, do you think your conversation with Ms. Golightly occurred before you received the document or after?
I believe it was probably after, but as I said, I don't recall reading the document at that time.
You accept it's likely you did.
No, I don't accept that.
Okay.
I don't recall. I simply don't recall.
What were you talking to her about if you hadn't read the executive minute?
I was talking to her about what could be done for taking it forward.
Without knowing what it was?
Well, I had seen earlier versions of the executive minute and I had seen earlier versions of the proposal, but I don't recall whether I read this final version of the executive minute before the meeting with Ms. Golightly.
Okay.
There was a lot happening in my work area at the time, Commissioner.
If you had read it and you looked at that third bullet point, it told you that the customer would be presented through their online account with the ATO data. They'd have an opportunity to update it before it was applied to their Centrelink record. Now, you'd have understood that that meant the application of the ATO data being applied to their Centrelink record meant that that income would be attributed to them. That's all it could mean, surely.
I'm not sure, Commissioner.
In the next paragraph, which says the ATO data would be used as the trusted source and removes the need for the department to be dependent on customer and business information, what do you think they're doing with it?
I think they're using it as information about a discrepancy and information that is considered to have some authority because it comes from the PAYG records.
Goes on to say it still provides the customer the opportunity to provide evidence to correct the calculation of entitlement should they choose to. Isn't it perfectly obvious the ATO data is being used to calculate entitlement so that a debt can be raised in respect of overpayments? It's not just about discrepancies, it's about a calculation of entitlement.
Yes, when I read it now, I accept that, Commissioner.
But surely you'd have read it before you spoke to Ms. Golightly because you were still arguing with her about averaging and you appreciated that it was still on the table, so surely you'd seen this.
It was copied to me, but I really don't recall whether I read it, Commissioner.
Your complaint in paragraph 10 of your statement is that you didn't believe DHS genuinely engaged with DSS on the development of the OCI, and you didn't see the executive minute in 2015, were not included at the table in relevant discussions with ministers. Just pausing there on the page, you can see the last dot point says there may need to be a change of policy to enable the use of ATO data in this way.
Yes.
DSS has also advised legislative change would also be needed to implement this initiative. You can see that.
Yes.
Well, what else would you have added if you were consulted on the final version before it went to the minister?
We would have been, I believe it would have assisted to be, it would have been of assistance to be more explicit about averaging and smoothing. I think it would have been aided by that. I think it would have been helpful also to contextualise this in terms of the directions under welfare reform and how that might be seen to be, this might be seen to be going in a different direction from the direction that we wish to take under welfare reform.
So those are the things that strike you from a policy perspective and an implementation perspective about what's lacking here.
Now, yes.
And although you can't remember it, had you read it at the time when you were actually the Deputy Secretary, those things would undoubtedly have struck you.
They could have done, yes.
All right.
I can't reconstruct everything that I thought at the time. I'm trying to,
Right.
or I would have thought at the time.
Can you go to tab 51 in your document? This is your email to
Yep.
various people who you regard to be, some of whom you regard to be more experienced than you in the area, but it reflects your view as Deputy Secretary. Exhibit 1221 DSS.5022.0001.0479.
Yes.
5022.0001.0479. Your view then, as it was described, was that the measure couldn't be implemented without fundamentally changing the basis of eligibility away from current income, which is also where we want to get to in family payments. You said you were happy to be convinced otherwise if possible, but you would need very strong advice. You see that?
Yes.
When did you ever receive very strong advice to convince you that a smoothing proposal on assessing debts rather than looking fortnight by fortnight was not a fundamental change to the basis of eligibility?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I think you might have assumed a fact which was not admitted there. Shouldn't the question be, did you? Anyway, do you want to repeat it?
Yes. Did you ever receive very strong advice to convince you that a smoothing proposal on assessing debts rather than looking fortnight by fortnight was not a fundamental change to the basis of eligibility?
I did receive advice in 2017.
Did you regard it as very strong advice?
I thought it was, well, I'm not a lawyer, so it's a bit hard for me to make an assessment of a legal opinion, but I believed it did provide for smoothing as the basis in circumstances where it was a last resort and no other information was available.
How was that different to the terms of the executive minute that you've just seen, where customers are given the opportunity to correct the PAYG data before it's applied as the trusted source?
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
How did you reconcile the advice about that it's okay to smooth it if it's a last resort, or with what was proposed in the executive minute where people would have the opportunity to do so before it was applied?
Well, I thought what had been implemented in 2017 was a different proposal that
Yes, that's my question. How did you reach that view, given what was in the executive minute, where people are given that opportunity?
because I kept being assured from the new policy proposal through to that period in 2017 that there had been no change to the way that earnings were assessed and debt was calculated, except in circumstances where there was no other information available. The customer was provided opportunities to provide information. It wasn't available, and then it could be done as a last resort.
Okay, my question relates to the concept of last resort. That hadn't changed, had it, between the executive minute, where a customer's given the opportunity, the new policy proposal, where a customer's given the opportunity, or how it was described to you in January 2017, where someone's given an opportunity.
Well, it was new information in 2017.
What's new information?
That it was lawful as a last resort.
Yes, I'm talking about the factual change which underpins that advice. You knew in 2015 that a customer was given an opportunity, both from the executive minute and from the new policy proposal, to comment on the PAYG summaries which were put to them.
I knew that it was proposed. They were proposals at that stage.
You knew it was proposed in the executive minute and you knew it was proposed in the NPP.
Yes. I'd have to look at the NPP again to see, but I believe
Yes?
it was there.
And you're told in January 2017 what's actually happening is the customers are given an opportunity to correct their PAYG data in the online forum, and if there's no other information, then smoothing's applied.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
My question is, you're told in January 2017 that customers have an opportunity to correct their PAYG data, and if they don't, then smoothing is applied.
I don't think I was told that. I was told that, if I can find Ms. Harfield's email to me, sorry, statement 2. In respect of the current online compliance system, there has been no change to the methodology used for the assessment of employment income. It remains the same and has been used for many, many years. An individual is required to report their employment income fortnightly, and it is only used as a last resort if information is unavailable. Over time, the department has changed the way it engages with the customer to confirm their employment information. And then there's a reference to, as per the Social Security Act, Part 3.6 benefit rate calculator, which provides for how earnings are to be assessed for the calculation of benefit entitlement.
Yes, how did that differ from your understanding of the proposal that customers were given an opportunity? And that suggests very clearly customers were given that opportunity.
I believed it was a different proposal that had been implemented in...
But it had the same feature that was proposed as was implemented, namely customers were given an opportunity.
Yes.
Okay. So how in your mind did you justify then this reference to a last resort if that opportunity always existed in the proposal and in the implementation?
The last resort was about where smoothing was applied if there was no other information available. So that means there was no employer information, it means there was no information within the DHS record about the earnings periods, it means that there were no bank statements.
Yes, consistent with the executive minute and the new policy proposal.
Well, they're silent on those specifics.
Ms Wilson, they very clearly convey that the only thing the customer is being presented with is the PAYG data, and that's what enables the higher level of interventions and debt recovery process to be achieved, in contrast to the traditional compliance process.
Well, they also talked about the use of advanced analytics, risk profiling and the like to select people to whom the information would be provided, who would be selected for the intervention process.
Are you accepting my question and adding to it, or are you not accepting it?
Could you ask the question again, please?
Both the executive minute and the new policy proposal very clearly convey that the only thing the customer is being presented with is the PAYG data, and that's what enables the high level of interventions debt recovery process to be achieved, in contrast to the traditional compliance programs.
No, I don't know the answer to that. I mean, both the executive minute and the new policy proposal talk about digitisation to enable the interventions as opposed to a manual process.
You've made reference to the email from Ms Harfield specifically on the basis of what you were told, but what you say in paragraph 18 of your statement is that that was not accurate. There was no such provision in the Social Security Guide. That's right.
No, that's what what I'm referring to there at paragraph 18 is an email from Ms Harfield to Mr Mark Wood, where she stated there is provision in the Guide to Social Security law to enable averaging to occur in the absence of other information from the customer.
Yes, and you say that wasn't in the Social Security Guide.
I don't believe it was, no.
So it must have been obvious to you when averaging was described as a last resort, that is, in the absence of other information from the customer, that what Ms Harfield was saying was contrary to the Social Security Guide.
I was questioning, I mean, this is informed now by looking at the emails that Ms Harfield sent. At the time, I mean, I don't understand the question, sorry, you'll have to repeat it.
Happy to do so. When you were told averaging was occurring in the absence of other information from the customer, you understood that was contrary to the Social Security Guide.
I don't know that I did at the time. They were so confident and adamant that we've been doing this for so long that I doubted, it raised questions for me, and we were told there was a procedural guideline, and I don't recall going to the guide to look it up at that time, but it was news to me that this was something that had been occurring for some time, which is why I asked, in a broader sense than just the OCI, that legal advice be sought on that.
Did you ask Mr Pratt about that? Because he'd worked for DHS, he'd been the secretary, hadn't he? He'd know if averaging was commonly used.
No, I can't recall doing so, Commissioner. I don't know.
Wouldn't it be obvious to ask him?
Well, not really. We're at early stage of this, trying to understand what was happening, and I'm not sure that Mr. Pratt would have necessarily been familiar with all of the operational practices of DHS. It's a very large department. So it didn't occur to me, I don't believe, Commissioner.
And it didn't occur to you also to go and double check the Social Security Guide?
No, I don't think it did at that time.
It didn't occur to you to go back and look at the basis on which you provided your strong opposition in January 2015?
Well, I was trying to come to grips with what's happening here. What have they implemented? What's going on? It was my first day back from, well, the 15th was in fact a day ahead of when I was supposed to be back from leave. It was a Sunday.
It reflects the importance of the event, doesn't it? The fact that you came back a day early.
Well, I didn't. It reflects the fact that there was a scoping meeting with the Ombudsman the following day, and that I was expected to attend that in the morning, and therefore I needed to get a bit of context and background prior to attending that.
And so it didn't occur to you when you're getting your head around what's happening here to go back and look at the basis on which you provided your strong opposition in January 2015?
Not for me personally to do that. I know that there'd been some background work done by my staff, and that Ms. Halbert had done some of that whilst I was on leave and she was acting in my position. I had a range of things to get up to speed on in that week.
I suggest that in 2015 you understood from the terms of the new policy proposal that averaging was being involved in the proposal, even though the document said there was no change.
I reject that.
All right. Go to...
Can I just ask you before we go on? Ms. Golightly had really sidelined you, kept you out of the dealings in relation to the executive minute. Why would you take her word for it that there was no change without wanting details of how they were going to do this?
I ask myself that now, Commissioner. I had a lot of other responsibilities. I believe that they understood our position and got it. I've seen in preparing for this hearing that my staff had additional further discussions with DHS after the executive minute came back from Minister Morrison, and I understood that they had been reassured as well. And I had no reason to believe that she would be untruthful or deliberately not carry through with the assurances that I'd been provided with.
It does look as if you may all have found it just easier to accept the assurance and not look too deeply.
Commissioner, it was a separate department, and it was not an environment that institutionally or culturally encouraged us to get up in DHS's business. And so I did accept and I did believe the assurances that I was given. In hindsight, I wish I hadn't.
Thank you.
The additional information to which your staff were provided, as you now see, is contained behind tab 135. It is exhibit 2104 DSS.5023.0002.2174. It is Mr. Kimber's email almost 2 years later to Ms. McGurk.
Yep.
where he refers to the February 27, 2015 meeting. You see that?
Yes.
And this is where you get the information about newly available data sources and analytical tools.
He reflects that.
Yes, I know what he reflects. I'm talking about this is where you get your information from.
I don't know if I got it from somewhere else as well, but
Did you remember it from 2015?
I believe, my recollection is that Ms Golightly did talk about risk profiling and analytical tools and behavioural insights at some stage, and it could well have been in the meeting with me.
Can you describe for this commission your best recollection of the conversation you had with Ms Golightly, how long it took, where it was, what you said, what she said?
So it was in my office, in the Tuggeranong Office Park. It took around 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes, is my recollection. She advised me that there'd been feedback from Mr Morrison, and I'd had the email, I think at that point, from Mr Kimber. I can't recall exactly when the meeting took place in that sequence, but I believe it was likely after the email from Mr Kimber had come in, or around the same time. She advised me that the Minister, Mr Morrison, wished to pursue a number of options, but in particular the PAYG proposal.
You're refreshing your memory now by reading from your statement.
I am.
Yes, all right. It's important for the record to identify that that's what's happening.
Okay.
Can you remember anything beyond what's in your statement for this 35 to 40 minute period? Sorry, 30 to 40 minute period.
No.
Because the conversation in your statement would not have lasted for more than 5 minutes, would it?
No, I don't believe that's the case. She wouldn't have come over to my office for a meeting that was only to last five minutes.
I don't think it's being suggested it only lasted 5 minutes. What Mr Gregory is saying is that all you've given of it would only have lasted 5 minutes.
They're the things that I can recall, Commissioner and Council. It's a very long time ago.
You go to tab 78 in the first bundle, exhibit 5651, cth.3095.0002.4674.
78.
First line refers to a discussion between you and Ms Golightly the previous day, Wednesday 25 February 2015. It also indicates that she told you that we, being DHS or her, have received a signed compliance brief back from Minister Morrison.
Yes.
And that Mark Withnell would bring a hard copy over when he meets with Paul and Murray. That's Paul McBride and Murray Kimber tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
It's the 27th of February. You see that?
Yes.
Right. The second last paragraph says, my understanding is Minister Payne's office is going to liaise with Minister Morrison's office to set up a time to discuss these items. I will let you know when I receive further info, re the meeting time, etc.
Yes.
What did she tell you about that, if anything?
I can't recall.
Did you get the impression from this email or your conversation with her on the previous day that this policy proposal had to proceed because it was the joint decision of the ministers, irrespective of the note in the executive minute that indicated it required legislative change?
Sorry, you referred to the previous day.
This email's on Thursday, 26 February.
Yes.
The first line refers to a conversation the previous day.
Right, yes. I don't know whether it's a conversation or a phone call that first line refers to.
Right. Well, my question stands. Did you get the impression that the ministers were deciding to progress this measure irrespective of the note that said legislative change was required and policy change may be required?
I got the impression that, yes, they wish to progress it.
Right. And what stood in the way of the progression of the measure at that time was the requirement for legislative change and the possible requirement for policy change.
If it was the measure as described in the executive minute, but I
To
understood...
which this email refers.
Yes, but it was my belief in the discussions that I had with Ms Golightly and that my staff had, as Mr Kimber reflected in his email in 2017, that they had agreed to change the proposal.
Yes, you keep saying that, but it doesn't answer my question. My question is, did you get an impression or an understanding from the discussion on the 25th and this email on the 26th that irrespective of the need for legislative change, the ministers were meeting to discuss how to make this happen?
Well, that's what this indicates. I have no recollection of this email until I've seen it.
And you don't have any recollection that you just had to fall in line, as it were, because this was a decision being made between the ministers of both departments?
No.
Okay. Well, if we move then to the final paragraph, Ms Golightly says, we will need to progress the relevant MPPs quickly to fit in with the portfolio budget submission timetable. I pause there. Did you understand that the ERC consideration of the DSS portfolio budget submission was scheduled for 18 March 2015?
I probably did at that time, yes, and I think the submission was due to go out on the 6th of March.
Right. Ms Golightly referred to the anticipated meeting between Paul McBride, Mark Withnell and others to work up a substantive draft, and then for you and her to get together to discuss the MPP to make sure you've covered off any issues. You see that?
Yes.
Now, the issues were where the DSS was going to say, no, this proposal cannot proceed because it requires legislative change because it involves averaging. That's the issue, isn't it?
I don't know that. It doesn't...
And yet you
It's
know...
not clear from this email what the issues are.
And yet you know that you had a conversation with Ms Golightly which specifically addressed the issue that had been identified in the development of the executive minute in respect of averaging.
It specifically addressed issues around averaging and opportunities for customers to clarify information, and that no change would be made to the assessment of earnings or how debts were calculated. So I just can't tell from this email, and I can't recall.
I'm moving to 26.
I don't know what she means, yeah.
Is that a convenient time?
It is a convenient time. We're going to take the morning break and we'll come back at 2:45.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 11:45. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Wilson, can you turn to tab 111 in volume 2 of your bundle? It is exhibit 5697, CTH.2004.0005.2164. Thank you.
Yes.
The email is from Mr Kimber to you and Ms Renee Spinks, 1 February 2016, and it refers to a meeting on 13 January, presumably January 2016, where the Minister requested additional information concerning DHS compliance activity. He attached a draft brief cleared by Mr McBride and an attachment prepared by DHS, and said, while we know Minister has general interest in all things compliance and debt recovery, advice from the DLO last week is that he is also considering his response to McKinsey & Co concerning their approach late last year, suggesting that a review of DHS compliance activity be undertaken, and it continues. You can see that.
Yes.
This was a meeting on 13 January 2016, which you attended with others, with Minister Porter.
Yes.
And the brief which is attached, if you turn to tab 112, exhibit 5698. Sorry, that's the further email which you marked up.
Yep, 112.
112, and you can see there's highlighting and handwriting there, dated 1 February 2016, you see that?
Yes.
That's your handwriting and your highlighting.
Yes.
All right. And you refer to a few small editing changes. Can we check whether DHS would be willing to do a verbal briefing, and if so, also have something on
Recommendation.
on this? Thanks. That's the handwriting.
Yes.
All right. And if you go to the attached draft brief, tab 113, exhibit 5699, you will again see on the pages of that document, your handwriting appears.
Yes.
Page 1, if we go to the second page, you've marked up page 2 as well.
Yes.
And if we go to the third page, you've marked up page 3 as well. You can see that?
Yes.
Right. If we go back to page 1, the markup in the recommendation box is indicate whether you would like a briefing from DHS in person on their compliance activity.
Yes.
And you've added yes/no in the box on the other side. See that?
Yes.
And you otherwise paid close attention to the formatting and syntax of the draft brief, because it's a brief to the Minister.
Yes.
Right. Under the heading Key Points, you'll see the sub-paragraph, DHS applies a range of controls to manage risk. And the first dot point includes data matching, which includes matching with the ATO, and gives the example of PAYG matching reviews. You can see that?
Yes.
That's the 2015 budget measure to which is referred to there.
Well, it was a long-standing practice, the data matching. So it's about, it's not necessarily just the 2015-16 budget measure. As you're aware, there had been PAYG data matching for many, many years.
What is in brackets, e.g. pay-as-you-go matching reviews, is a reference to the 2015-16 budget measure?
Look, it could be, but as I mentioned, the pay-as-you-go PAYG matching had been occurring for quite some time.
All right.
I'm not trying to argue with you. It's talking about this includes matching with the ATO. For example, PAYG matching reviews. Those reviews happened under a manual process prior to OCI. So, yes, it would encompass OCI.
We go to page 2 at the bottom. The heading is Recent Compliance Enhancements. You can see that.
Yes.
And it refers to the 2015-2016 budget measure,
Yes.
which is the streamlined data matching for
Yes.
PAYG earners, where recipients are presented with a statement outlining the discrepancies between the information supplied to the ATO DHS, and it goes on. You see that?
Yes.
And then it refers to the extension of that measure in the 15-16 MYEFO.
Yes.
All right. You go to the top of the next page, you'll see the subheading Compliance Activity for 2015-16. And the second dot point says there were 102,125 debts raised from the compliance reviews with a value of 371.69 million.
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
That is a reference to compliance activity in the current financial year, which included the PAYG data matching program, which commenced on 1 July 2015.
Yeah, probably did, yes.
Right. And the paragraph continues further information concerning DHS compliance activity is provided at attachment A. You see that?
Yes.
Attachment A is Exhibit 5700 behind tab 114.
Yes.
And this is the summary provided by DHS to DSS for the provision of additional information by DSS to Minister Porter about the current arrangements for income compliance activity, amongst other things.
It's a DHS authored document which was attached to our brief, yes.
Right. And if we go to page 4 of 10,
Yes.
you can see that your handwriting appears on that page.
Yes.
And at the top of page 4 of 10, you can see the paragraph commencing traditionally the risk.
Sorry. Page 4 of 10.
The one with your handwriting on it. At the top of the page, the commencement, traditionally the risk.
Commencement.
At the very top of the page, the first line of 4 of 10 of the attachment.
Oh, yes. Traditionally, the risk from customer error. Yes.
Right? PAYG data leads to a PAYG review. You can see that.
Yes.
Right? And if you go to page 5 of 10,
Yes.
the title is Strengthening the Integrity of Welfare Payments Budget Measure. You can see that.
Yes.
It had a number of components to it,
Yes.
one of which was the increased use of employment income matching, which commences on page 7 of 10.2177.
Yes.
You can see that it reflects what was contained in material terms in the executive minute to Minister Morrison. Perhaps if the subheading increased use of employment income matching and the 3 dot points on page 7 through to the next heading on the next page could be called out.
Yes. I'm reading it, yep. Yes, I'm reading it. Yep, I've read it.
And it reflects what was contained in material terms in the executive minute to Minister Morrison.
I'd have to compare the two.
All right.
I'm sorry.
That's okay,
But
we can do that, that's not a problem. Tab 77 in bundle 1. The other document is exhibit 2669.
yep,
Are we able to put them side by side on the screen, perhaps?
It seems so. And it is page 10 of 17.0046 in exhibit 2669. Thank you. The question is whether it's possible to also pull out the second page of the document on the left of the screen.
So we want all the dot points under increased use of employment income matching in the 2016 document.
Yes, from exhibit 5700 if that's possible. It is possible, it's just loading.
certainly looks very similar. I don't know if it's word for word.
It is, if not identical, almost identical, would you agree?
Yes,
And we can see that you read the document closely because you have corrected
yep,
some spelling on the third last dot point in the 2016 attachment.
yep, I'd corrected a misspelt word.
Yes. When you were preparing that brief for the Minister, did you ask the question of anyone at DHS whether the implementation of the PAYG measure from 2015 involved the use of averaging?
No, I didn't.
Why is that?
It didn't occur to me at that point. I think that it would. In hindsight, knowing what I know now, I wish I had.
What do you know now that you didn't know then?
I know how the measure was implemented and how debts were calculated.
That's set out in the 2016 document where you corrected the spelling.
It talks about doesn't it talk about the calculation of
Entitlement?
Debt
Yes, it
being-
does.
sorry, let me see where.
Third dot point.
I think it's the fourth dot point, isn't it, Dan? The one beginning, this measure uses information which we already received from the ATO. You'll see that it says it still provides customers the opportunity to provide evidence to correct the calculation of entitlement, should they choose to. So just as in the executive minute, it was perfectly obvious that the ATO data was being used to calculate entitlement.
Reading it now, yes.
Ms Wilson, if you read.
I clearly didn't pick that up at the time. It doesn't talk about averaging and it doesn't talk about calculating debt per se. So reading it now, knowing what I know now,
The outcomes were the same as the original proposal, same number of interventions, 866,857, and crucially, the gross savings the same, 1.2 billion.
yes.
How could you not look at that and think that's what we were having put to us in February 2015?
Well, I can't explain it, Commissioner, but it just didn't strike me at the time. And I can't explain it.
The third dot point, Ms Wilson, says the customer would be presented with via their online account with information obtained from the ATO. You always knew that was PAYG data, which did not deal with fortnightly periods, didn't you?
I knew it was PAYG data. And that it could be in respect of a period longer than a fortnight, yes.
And we talked about the opportunity a customer would have to update the information prior to that data being applied to their record. You see that?
Yes.
That is, there's no suggestion of any other information being applied to the calculation of the debt or the entitlement, is there?
Well, it could cover, it's silent, but it talks about, removes the need for the department to be dependent on customer and business information. It is silent on the extent to which already held information by DHS would be utilised. It doesn't go into detail about how it would operate, but yeah.
Well, it says the ATO data would be used as the trusted source.
Yeah.
Yes. Which rather suggests it is the basis on which entitlement is calculated.
Reading it now, yes.
Yes. That is, the application of ATO data necessarily involves apportioning or averaging the PAYG information to fortnightly periods.
It's not that explicit.
No, but what else could it mean?
I don't know, and I can't put myself back in time to when I read this. Reading it now, knowing what I know now, it raises lots of questions for me, but at the time it didn't. And I can't explain that, but it didn't.
Yes, my question is really simple. The application of ATO data necessarily involves apportioning or averaging PAYG information to fortnightly periods. Would you agree?
No, not necessarily. It doesn't actually say that. Had it said that,
How would you ever use ATO data, PAYG data? You know what a PAYG is, a pay-as-you-go group certificate. How would you ever use that data to calculate entitlement except by averaging its annual data?
it's generally annual data, I agree. It wasn't always annual data. Sometimes it was, there were periods evident in what the employers had provided to the ATO, as I understand.
Nobody ever gave a fortnightly breakup, did they, to DHS to work off?
Look, I don't know, Commissioner. I really don't know. I can't answer the question. I don't know.
This is basically the same document that DSS was telling DHS was problematic a year earlier, and this time it seems to have slid through.
And I think slip through is the operative word, Commissioner. There was no deliberate ignoring of it.
Well, clearly not, because you corrected a spelling error.
Yeah, it slipped through, and I regret that it slipped through. And it would appear that it didn't just slip through me, but I cleared it, gave feedback on the document, and it slipped through.
Well, it didn't just slip through, it was built on for my EFO 2015-2016, which is referred to on the next page.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Can you turn to page 9 of 10? Subheading is extension of employment income matching. Another budget measure, late 2015,
Yes.
which extended the operation of the PAYG measure and increased the period of time over which PAYG data was applied to assess people's entitlement to receive fortnightly payments retrospectively for the 2013 to 2015 financial years.
Yes.
You're saying a whole budget measure slipped through.
No, I still, so this was written in 2016. I'm not saying that the whole budget measure slipped through, no.
Well, you were involved in the budget measure, weren't you?
I was not involved in the budget measure. The budget measure was devised by DHS.
You weren't aware of it?
No, I was aware of it.
You saw exposure drafts of
Yes.
the budget measure?
Yes.
You cleared the comments for the secretary?
I can't remember that. What's the question there?
You weren't just copied into information. Your role as Deputy Secretary in the area of your responsibility involved the clearance of exposure draft comments and coordination draft comments for the Secretary.
No, not on DHS proposals as I recall. Exposure draft comments were made by other departments back to DHS as the author through the portfolio budget submission, and DSS didn't make coordination comments. That was part of the issue of how it operated on cabinet submissions or ERC submissions. That was the sort of strange institutional arrangement.
Can you turn to tab 202 in your bundle? Exhibit 5637.
Yes?
It is an email from Leanne Hands to Doug Newbigging and others, copied to Scott Britton, Monday, 7 March 2016. The attachment is Digital Compliance Intervention V12. You
Yes.
see that? And the email plainly attaches a PowerPoint presentation for Scott Britton at the DSS Payments Forum. You see that?
Yes.
You attended this forum, didn't you?
I did, because I presented in the agenda. I genuinely don't know whether I was there for the whole period or not, but I was certainly there for the update at 4. We didn't note when people were in and out of the room, and I didn't chair the forum, so I wasn't always there for the whole period. So I don't know in respect of this meeting.
Exhibit 5639 behind tab 203.
203.
These are the minutes of the forum 2 days later on Wednesday, 9 March 2016, between 2 and 4 p.m. You can see that.
Yes. And
you are noted as an attendee under welcome and introductions.
I'm noted as an attendee under welcome and introductions. It doesn't necessarily mean that I or any of those people there were for the whole meeting, but I accept that I could have been. I just don't know.
And point 2 is the Digital Compliance Intervention Project.
Yes.
The presentation by Mr. Britton. You see that?
Yes.
The package of measures has provided an opportunity to reshape thinking about how DHS treat compliance risk and customer error. You can see that?
Yes.
All right. We go to point 4 on the page. You provide an update to the forum in respect of various things, including the Minister's priorities and the 2016-17 budget. You can see that?
Yes.
If you turn then to tab 204, Exhibit 5638,
Yep.
you'll see these are the PowerPoint slides which were presented at the meeting.
Yes.
And if page 2 is brought up, you can see the topic of the online compliance is set out there, and it's driven by priorities which include the 2015 budget measure. You see that?
Yes.
There is the MyEFO announcement from December 2015, which we've referred to in the previous set of documents from earlier in the year.
Yes.
And if you move to page 3, you can see the online compliance platform continues to be the title, and the various measures are identified there. You see that?
Yes.
How did you think that level of interventions could be achieved without the automated application of PAYG data to the assessment of entitlement?
I don't know. I believed that it was a digital process that would use risk profiling and analytics to identify customer groups at greater risk of overpayment. There were very significant savings across all compliance activities for many, many years, and I didn't interrogate the level of savings in significant detail.
Do you mean, when you say you didn't interrogate, do you mean you didn't think about how it was done?
No, I can't recall, but
Okay.
yeah.
We go to the 4th page.
Yep.
Dot 5073. And you'll see the implementation process is set out on this slide. And if the section of the PowerPoint which commences MyGov customer response towards the centre with the 3 boxes under the word customer could be called out.
I'm
So
sorry,
from the
it's really
taking cue,
it's
yes.
very blurry on the screen, and my eyesight is making it difficult for me to see the.
Right, well, if
Hard
you could look
copy.
at the screen now.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Customer response, you can see no action by the customer and the arrow goes to a computer.
Yep.
Accept third-party data and the arrow goes to a computer. You see that?
Yep.
How does a computer calculate entitlement by the application of PAYG data if the assessment of income is unchanged prior to the budget measure?
It's a good question. I don't know.
It's not possible, is it?
I don't know.
You worked in the department for many years. How is it possible, Ms Wilson?
I don't know. I can't answer the question.
Is your evidence that it is not possible?
My evidence is I don't know.
You don't know what's possible?
I don't know what was possible. I don't recall this presentation. I don't know what I was thinking at the time. I can't answer the question.
We go to page 7, dot 5076. You can see the little sticky note with the pin on the top right corner. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is what a customer's presented with. This is the presentation. You can see that?
Yeah, I can.
That can have no other meaning than the application of PAYG data, which therefore involves averaging to fortnightly periods, can it, Ms Wilson?
I genuinely don't know. No, I genuinely don't know.
We go to page 10. See the highlighted yellow box towards the top with the caution signal at the start. Thank you very much. If you do not provide sufficient documents before 11 September 2015, the information we have received from the ATO will be applied to your Centrelink account. You see that?
Yes.
Is it your evidence you don't know what that means either?
Yeah, I don't know. And
Can you ever recall asking at any point from 27 February 2015 through until January 2017 whether the scheme in fact involved averaging?
I sought assurances that it didn't and wouldn't
From whom and when?
from Ms Golightly, and I believed the words in the new
When was
policy
this?
proposal in 2015.
You're referring to the conversation which is indicated in the
Yes.
email referred to earlier? Yes. After that, did you ever seek an assurance?
Yes, I believe I did verbally.
Who from?
Ms Golightly,
When?
on a number of occasions, but I can't be specific about when.
This walkthrough was your chance to find out what they were doing. You were present at the payments forum.
I was.
Surely
I'm
you'd
not,
have been...
I don't know whether I was present when this presentation was given. I can't recall it.
You might just have popped in later.
It's possible. I did that quite regularly. I didn't chair the forum.
You knew that this would be presented, presumably, because you'd have had the agenda.
Possibly. I don't know the answer to that, Commissioner.
Would you not have been interested enough to find out what they were doing?
I don't know the answer to that question. I cannot recall this.
And if you were hazy about what the application of ATO data to a customer record meant, to ask.
I wish I had.
Seem to be a lot of missed opportunities.
Yes, and that falls very heavily on me, Commissioner.
But
Hindsight.
one perspective on it is that it's because you're always looking the other way.
No, I reject that, Commissioner. I was very consumed with my own responsibilities. It was a DHS measure. I wish I had scrutinised further. I wish I had asked more questions, but I didn't.
Look, I could understand if, in fact, there was so much pressure on that it was just easier to let it go and let it be DHS's responsibility, knowing what they were doing, but proceeding on the basis it was DHS's issue. Is it possible that that's actually what happened, that people in DSS just chose not to inquire too closely because it was seen as somebody else's problem and it would not make you popular to do so?
I don't believe that's the case, Commissioner. I don't think we were deliberately looking the other way. We were extremely busy and consumed. It wasn't an environment that encourage close cooperation and collaboration. It was a DHS measure. I can see there were additional opportunities that were presented to me and others where I could have inquired further and did not. But it wasn't a hear no evil, see no evil situation. We were an extremely stretched area of the organisation.
But it looks as if in 2016 there are at least a couple of occasions in which it was put right under your nose.
Yeah, and I can't explain that, Commissioner.
Ms Wilson, you said you asked Ms Golightly on a number of occasions about the assurance that averaging wasn't used. Was that because you were concerned that it might have been used?
I wanted to make sure that my understanding of the 2015-16 budget measure was still in place, that there would be no change to the way earnings were assessed and debts were calculated.
Well, why did you ask, is my question. What's your motivation?
I guess to receive some assurance.
Were you concerned it might not be?
Not that I can recall explicitly.
Can you think of any other motivation you might have had apart from some question marks around whether averaging was being used?
It was probably more along the lines of our agreement's in place, this is the way it's proceeding.
Sorry, are you describing a conversation you had?
No, I'm trying to think what was the motivation. And I don't think I was suspicious. Yeah, I can't recall.
Ms Wilson, on one hand, you say when there are obvious opportunities to ask, you were very busy, you were distracted by other things, you didn't appreciate things at the time, you simply cannot recall even getting the relevant information or whether you were present. And on the other hand, you're saying that you did ask on a number of occasions, but you can't recall what triggered that. That's your evidence?
It is my evidence, yes.
You've got no record or email or anything which might support your evidence that you asked on a number of occasions?
No.
But you have a memory of it, you say?
I believe I did, yes.
Do you have a memory now of asking those questions?
Yes, but I can't tell you exactly when. I'm sure that I'd asked.
And when you say our agreement's still in place, are you referring to averaging or are you talking about the system not changing?
Well, I think the two are related insofar as I understood them at the time.
Can you turn to tab 115, exhibit 5701?
115.
The day after this meeting at which Mr Britton gave the PowerPoints, you were involved in an email sequence which included Mr Pratt from Mr McBride, and you were informed of the DHS had been in contact and were working up 2 new savings options. You see that?
Yes.
Which built on the existing measures which you were aware of?
I see the email.
Yes, which you appreciated, built on the existing measures of which you were aware.
Yes.
Okay. And it refers there to, so now we have another substantial saving process in the DHS debt space. You see that?
Yes.
Was that a positive for DSS?
I think it's just a statement of fact.
How did you view that?
I can't recall.
Did you view the prospect of substantial savings in terms of what you say in your third statement about the focus of the Minister's office on savings as a reason to look the other way about averaging?
No, I reject that.
You turn to tab 116. We move about 4 weeks later to the 4th of April 2016.
Yes.
You send an email to Mr Pratt which explains existing DHS compliance measures. You see that?
Yes.
It's Exhibit 1221. And I'm not sure whether .3187 is part of the same exhibit. It might be. It might be an attachment. Anyway, the page is behind tab 117, Ms Pratt.
Yes.
Is there a second page to the exhibit? If not, it might be 1222.
One.
I'll just keep you focused on tab 117, Ms. On your tab, yes, if that document can be taken down. Ms Wilson, on your tab 117, do you have an email from you to Mr Pratt and Gail Murray, 4 April 2016? Finn, Murray and team have done a table which could be very useful for ERC on DHS compliance measures.
Yes.
Okay, that's an email you sent, and the table is Exhibit 5729.
Yes.
For you, it's behind tab 118.
I think it's behind tab, 118, yes.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. What's on the screen now is the document I previously referred you to.
Yes.
All right. And if we could go now to Exhibit 5729. This is the table which you said would be helpful for Mr Pratt at the upcoming Expenditure Review Committee meeting.
Yes.
And you can see the measures, the savings, that is, a summary of DHS debt recovery and compliance measures for the 16-17 budget on that page and the following page.
Yes.
And again, is it the case that despite having this information in front of you, you didn't think to ask about how these savings were achieved?
Yes.
We move now to 2017, Ms Wilson. You gave evidence on the previous occasion and again today that you returned on Sunday 15 January 2017 to prepare for the meeting with the Ombudsman on Monday the 16th of January 2017.
Yes.
And as I understand your previous evidence and your statements, this was the first occasion where you came to understand that averaging was involved in the measures over the previous 18 months.
It was when I heard from DHS rather, that notwithstanding their advice that they had not changed the way that earnings were assessed and debts were calculated, and that in general terms, they were following the rate calculator, that there was some averaging occurring on a last resort basis when no other information was available. And I didn't have a sense of what that meant.
Sounds like it meant what those plain words would mean. Averaging was being used without any other information.
Averaging was being used in the absence of other information being available.
Yes. All right. Now, you understood that that was a fundamental change in the way that debt was assessed and income was calculated for fortnightly periods?
No, I'm not sure I did. I was trying to get on top of what were they actually doing? And they were very confident that they had done this for many years. So I was trying to understand what's happening here.
The assertion that they'd done this for many years was wholly inconsistent with all of the documents that we've been through today, wasn't it?
It was news to me.
It was wholly inconsistent with all of the documents we've been through today, wasn't it?
Well, I hadn't come across that information before, no.
And that was wholly inconsistent with all of the documents we had been through today.
Yes, I think so.
Right. You understood when you returned on the 15th for the meeting that the Ombudsman was interested in knowing about the legislative basis for the scheme, that is, whether it adhered to relevant legislative requirements.
The meeting was a scoping meeting, and I'm not sure that I had seen a letter or anything in writing about the specific focus of the Ombudsman's own motion inquiry. So I don't know at that point whether I had any other correspondence. I simply can't recall.
We must have asked, what's this all about, when you're coming back a day early?
Yes, and I was told that the OCI had been going very badly. There'd been a lot of media attention to it. There was a lot of dissatisfaction about people finding it difficult. And the Ombudsman, on the basis of complaints, had decided to undertake an own motion inquiry.
And did you ask, what's the scope of the Ombudsman's investigation? Or were you told?
I think they were still scoping it at that point. That was the purpose of the following day's meeting.
You weren't aware of a letter to Finn Pratt dated 10 January 2017 which set out the scope of the inquiry?
I'm not sure that I had it at that point. I would have looked at it at some stage, but on the 15th and the 16th, I don't know, I can't recall.
Were you aware that Ms Pulford's advice from December 2014 had been produced to Ms McGurk before the meeting?
I can't recall. I mean, I'm aware of that now.
Well, if we can go to Exhibit 3602, it's not in the bundles. DSS.5031.0001.001. See at the bottom of the page, the email is from Simon Jordan to Mark Jones, copied to Ms Pulford. The date is 18 December 2014. And if the second page can also be placed on the screen, you will recognise that as the December 2014
Yes.
advice,
Yes.
which you were informed of in January 2015.
Yes.
Right. And we can see from the sequence of emails on the first page that on the 12th of January 2017, Mr Grinsell-Jones, Ms Metz forwards to Mr Grinsell-Jones the advice, who forwards it to Sharon Bailey and Kath Halbert, who was acting in your position on that date.
Yes.
And Ms Halbert forwards it to Ms McGurk, Mr Herman and Mr Knox. You see that?
Yes.
Now, who was Gary Knox? That is, what
He
was
did a coordination role in I think it was in Kath's group. I can't recall.
What does a coordination role mean?
Well, he would put papers together for meetings, and he would collate information.
What level and what's the position description?
I can't remember whether he was a director, an executive level 2 or an executive level 1, and he didn't report to me, so I wouldn't have the specific position description.
And you can see that the advice works its way through a number of people at DSS, including Mr Herman, on the 12th of January 2017.
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, Ms McGurk and Mr Herman were responsible for coordinating the DSS response generally to the Ombudsman.
They're involved in it. I think there was a coordination point elsewhere in the department that specifically had the role in respect of the communication back and forth with the Ombudsman.
How closely had you worked with Ms McGurk at this point in time?
Probably, I'm trying to remember when she arrived in the department, on and off on things quite closely, on other things quite removed.
Were you working quite closely in respect of the Ombudsman's investigation this Sunday afternoon?
I was trying to get up to speed.
And did you work closely with her when you were trying to get up to speed?
I think Kath was leading the discussion more, but Emma Kate was involved.
Were you working closely with Emma Kate?
I can't recall.
What about in the days that followed?
In the days that followed, I dipped in and out. I had a range of things to get on top of in the following week, having just returned from leave. I would have interacted with Emma Kate on occasion, and but I wouldn't have, we wouldn't have been sitting together all the time or anything like that.
You say in your statement you were surprised to learn about the use of averaging, as you were told on Sunday the 15th of January 2017. Was your surprise related to not only your misunderstanding that it had not been used, but also the assurance you were given directly by Ms Golightly on many occasions that it was not being used?
That it wouldn't be used, yes.
Did you feel betrayed by Ms Golightly?
I felt surprised. I felt I questioned.
You're talking again about what you did in response.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the emotion you felt.
I felt surprised.
Did you feel like she had lied to you on many occasions?
I didn't really know. I was puzzled. I was taken aback. I reminded her about what the new policy proposal said from memory.
Because you had a memory of it in
Yeah.
January 2017,
Yeah.
2 years earlier.
I had a memory of the proposal and the discussions that we'd had, yes. So did I feel betrayed? That's quite a strong word. I was taken aback.
And did you feel intimidated by her at this point in time?
Well, I felt somewhat pressured by her to carry the meeting the next day, and I was pretty taken aback by that as well. But I acceded to that request.
Pressured to lead a meeting is one thing, but what about the substance of the meeting? That's what I'm interested in. Bearing in mind your deeply held values and the career that you had built.
Yeah, I was trying to get to the bottom of what was happening and understanding it. And I was peeved in some ways about having to carry the meeting the next today and a bit puzzled that she wasn't going to attend. I was just trying to get on top of it.
Okay. When you worked with Ms McGurk in January 2017, did she tell you that when she was at DHS in the means test policy area, that she advised in May 2015 that averaging would be okay as a last resort?
No.
You didn't know you were working with someone who'd had involvement years earlier, after the budget measure?
I didn't know that, no.
It never came up in your conversations with her?
No.
It surprises you now to know that she provided policy advice that it was okay in May 2015?
It does, and I'm not aware of that.
In your statement, this is your third one, you were critical of the possessiveness, my word, about which DHS exercised in respect of the OCI program. Would you include Ms McGurk in that when she worked at DHS?
I didn't have any interaction with her in DHS when she worked there.
Yes, that's my point. You complain in your statement about DHS not including DSS and keeping them up to date about what was going on during OCI. That's a fair assessment of the complaint you make in your statement, isn't it?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Your statement says that DHS did not genuinely engage with DSS on the development of OCI. DSS did not see the final executive minute in 2015. They were not included at the table at relevant discussions with the ministers. No forum was established to enable interdepartmental consultation. It did not come to the table at the DSS chaired whole of government IDC. No opportunity was given to DSS to scrutinise it. You weren't aware of OCI letters. DHS consulted at junior levels on individual elements, but DHS did not engage with DSS on design, implementation or evaluation of pilots.
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Yes, are you including Ms McGurk in that category of DHS personnel?
Well, I have no knowledge of what she was working on at the time. You're telling me that she gave policy advice at the time, but I had no impression or picture of Ms McGurk at that time, so I can't... And I wouldn't have been dealing with her because she was, I believe she was promoted to an SES position in the Department of Social Services, so she wouldn't have been a counterpart that I had come across.
Did she tell you in January 2017 that averaging as a last resort is okay from a policy perspective? That was her view.
No.
Did she act as though that was a surprise to her?
I think she was as surprised as me. I thought well, my recollection is that all the DSS people at the meeting were surprised and taken aback. But I can't really comment on Ms McGurk's work in DHS because I had no visibility of that.
No doubt in January 2015 you recalled the effect of the legal advice and the effect of the policy advice from December 14 and January 2015.
Yes. I'm not sure, as I said in my statement, that I saw the actual legal advice at that time, but I certainly, the substance of it, yes.
I think I said in January 2015, but I meant January 2017.
Oh, in January 2017, yes, I recalled the interactions that we'd had with DHS and I understood that advice in respect of what I believe to be the proposal that it was provided on at that time in late 2014.
Do you recall Ms McGurk made notes of the meeting on the 15th of January 2017?
I wasn't aware of that at the time, but I understand that those notes have been included as exhibits for this commission.
We could have Exhibit 139 placed on the screen, DSS.5035.0001.001. And can I confirm, Ms Wilson, that this meeting was attended by Ms Golightly, Ms Harfield and Scott Britton from the Department of Human Services, and yourself, Ms Halbert, Mr McBride and Murray Kimber and Ms McGurk from the Department of Social Services?
Yes, that's what it says.
All right, and that's your recollection?
I believe so, yeah.
All right. The notes commence parameters, dot point, more than $1,000, dates, close, employer names, vulnerability indicator. Before I continue, have you observed these, been made aware of these notes?
I think they were included in one of the bundles I've looked at over the period for preparation, but I can't remember exactly when and what sequence.
It continues, get a letter asking to confirm, online, just been introduced. Now no need to provide documents, variance accepted if close, brackets 1%. Not averaging all the time, if left with no other option, average, and it goes over the page. Not income smoothing, using averaging when no other info. BMC meeting confirmed, not minuted. Proportion people appealing, 1.6%. Review average debt. Some media conflation of issues, student debt, FTB, aged pension. 60% ex-recipient, normal debt notice doesn't respond until account payable, brackets, ex-recipients don't pay, brackets. 2.8 million, brackets, last year this measure 100,000. We'll share brief screenshots, you can see that.
Yes.
BMC is Bilateral Management Committee meeting.
Yes.
And that's a committee on which you were either the chair or the most senior DSS participant.
Yes.
And it indicates here that this approach was considered by the BMC meeting, who confirmed it but did not minute it. You can see that.
That's what I understand DHS was saying.
Yes.
I don't recall whether it had been discussed in BMC. I had no recollection of it. And as I recall, when we came out of the meeting, we were all looking at each other saying, what? So I think these notes are reporting what DHS was saying rather than necessarily a fact that we agreed with.
And who was saying this?
I can't recall. It could have been Melissa. It was most likely Melissa.
Did you question her about it?
Well, I think that's what the not minuted might reflect, but I can't recall exactly.
We might go to the following day, Exhibit 135, DSS.5029.0001.0031. This is the meeting with the Ombudsman, and these are Ms McGurk's notes.
Yes.
So at the bottom of the page, under the line, you can see Ombo meeting 16/1.
Yes.
All right. The attendees are Matt Roper, Stephen Avery, Kath, that's Ms Halbert.
Yes.
Serena, that's you. EK is Emma Kate.
Yes.
Scott Britton from DHS. George Masri from the Ombudsman's Office.
Yes.
Louise McLeod from the Ombudsman's Office. Richard Glynn, the Acting Ombudsman, I think. Yes. You can see those attendees,
Yes.
and you were chairing the meeting effectively.
I don't believe I was chairing the meeting. I believe, because it wasn't an official meeting with papers, etc., I was present at the meeting and I was the most senior person on the side of the two departments.
The note continues, briefing with DHS a week and a bit ago. System run through last Friday, discussions on own motion discussion. See that?
Yeah, so I believe that, well,
That accord with your memory?
I don't have a great memory of it, but it seems likely that that occurred, and I think that was probably what the Ombudsman's Office was saying. System run through last Friday, discussions on own motion discussion. I think that was reflecting what the Ombudsman's Office and the Acting Ombudsman was saying.
The next page of the note could be placed on the screen. The note continues, initial view of acting Ombo, two-pronged. 1, first report high level in February, keep lines of communication open, test conclusions with departments. 2, specific areas of detail, longer time frame.
Yes.
Does that accord with your recollection of what was said at the meeting?
Look, as I said, I don't have a really clear recollection, but these are Emma Kate's notes, so I would accept that that was what was said, but I don't have a clear recollection.
Okay. Well, I'll move to a bit which is attributed to you. You can see midway down the page, it's got Serena with a colon. 15-16 budget, range of measures requested by government, DHS in particular, on strengthening payment integrity and better debt, opportunity to use ATO data, levels of income and periods of employment, test interim process while my EFO 15 and my EFO 16 based on pilot experience. In NPP developed by DHS, no change to approach for assessing debt. Change, volume, use of data, phone or online, augmentation of approach, scale, measure assumed a level of review requested running lower than we thought. Complaints and cases in media, different measures conflated as this, some confusion. I think I might be over to the next page now. Some confusion in press, brackets, Ombo agreed. And it continues, they are clear about scope for this investigation. Go down further, you can see your name, Serena with a colon. Vulnerability, before that starts, at the middle of the page, you can see no issue over broad policy of debts to Commonwealth being recovered what provisions were used? Were there other provisions that could have been used to recover going back 6 years? Concerned people may not have documents. Serena, vulnerability, people excluded in our understanding, brackets yes, Ombo knows, but interested in people above this, people with no capacity to verify. Clarify over reviews, how does ODM work when decision made by a computer? Serena, SBDs and BMC meetings, line of sight to appeals data. This didn't become an issue until late last year. If I pause there, what's SBDs?
I think it's strategic business discussions.
BMC is the Bilateral Management Committee meeting.
That's correct.
And it attributes to you a response which asserts that this was a matter discussed in the business discussions and the bilateral management meetings, and that there was a line of sight to appeals data. You see that?
I see that.
Did you say those words or words to that effect to the Ombudsman?
Look, I probably did. I was using, as my statement says, a script that had been developed for me by DHS, and
Where is that script now?
oh, I've no idea.
And did you accept what was on the script in order to make those representations to the Ombudsman?
Well, yes, I did. It came from DHS. I had no reason to question it.
Well, only that they'd been averaging and you thought they hadn't been. Wouldn't that give you a reason to question everything they said?
Well, yes, I was trying to come to grips with what was happening, but I didn't believe that I was trying to be collegiate. I accepted the script I was given and I pretty much delivered it.
Were you prepared to prioritise collegiality over truth?
No.
Then why did you accept what you were questioning?
Sorry, what was the question?
Why did you accept what you were questioning?
I accept what I was given.
Which contained information you said you questioned the previous day.
Yes, and I was still trying to get to the bottom of it. So it was...
Yes, so my question stands. Why did you accept in what you said to the Ombudsman things that you were questioning?
Well, it was a scoping meeting and I was presenting what DHS had presented to us, and I was still trying to get on top of what's going on in practice.
No, you were presenting from your position as Deputy Secretary of DSS what was happening.
I was presenting what I had been advised was happening. I was still trying to understand it. This was a scoping meeting. It was not a formal putting a position, a proposition, giving information back. It was a discussion about scope for the own motion investigation that was being kicked off.
Ms Wilson, there are a number of documents which relate to this next topic, but the time is almost 1 o'clock. Can I put the end proposition to you? You made the decision to remove the 2014 legal advice from the first response to the Ombudsman's request for all legal advice relating to averaging, didn't you?
I don't know that I did. I have found no evidence in my emails that can confirm for me that I made that decision.
Who else could have made it?
It is possible that Ms Halbert could have made it. It is possible that I could have made it. It is possible that we could have made it between us. I don't know, I can't recall, and I can't find the evidence for it.
You know that Ms Pulford attributes you as making the decision?
I understand that.
You saw that in an email back
Yes.
at the time. You saw that?
I'm not sure. I could have done.
Sorry, you have recently seen from an email in February
Yes, I have.
2017
Yes, that Ms Pulford believed.
attributes
Yes.
that decision to you.
Yes,
And from your preparation for this hearing and in your preparation for your statements, you can see that the legal department, Mr Grinsell-Jones and Ms Pulford, considered that the proper response to the Ombudsman's request for legal advice in respect of averaging included the 2014 legal advice.
I can see that they believe that both should go, yes.
It wasn't a belief, it was their legal advice to the department.
It was their advice to the department, yes.
As lawyers in the legal branch, giving advice to the policy branch about what was within the scope of the Ombudsman's request.
That it was their view that those advices were in the scope of the Ombudsman's request.
Can you explain then how you or Ms Halbert or you two together came to the view that that advice should be ignored?
No, I can't, and I don't believe we subsequently provided the advice when requested, specifically that advice, but I can't recall the circumstances. I can't find anything in my emails that evidences my specific engagement in a decision around that one way or the other. So I'm not able to answer the question.
You agree objectively from the documents you have reviewed that the decision to remove the 2014 advice from the response to the first Ombudsman's request had the capacity to mislead the Ombudsman?
No.
All right. Why was the 2017 advice provided in response to the second request when it had already been provided?
I think it was for completeness.
The bit that was missing was the 2014.
Yes, I understand that. Look, I can't answer the question. I cleared the thing on the way through. I think it was for completeness.
At all times from your involvement in the Ombudsman's investigation, that is from 15 January 2017 through to the final letter which was sent by Mr Pratt in response to the draft report, you acted in a manner which sought to defend the legality of the scheme.
I provided advice to the Ombudsman about what the department's legal advice was in respect of those issues.
Are you talking now about the second request for legal advice?
I'm talking about providing both sets of advice to the Ombudsman's office. I'm talking about the view that we had supported by the 2017 advice that averaging was possible as a last resort in circumstances where no other information was available, and that the Secretary had the capacity, and I'd have to look at it again, maybe it was worded, should act in those circumstances.
You appreciated, didn't you, that when the Ombudsman specifically requested the advice referred to in the executive minute, that it already knew that there was advice from about the time of the executive minute which had not been forthcoming from DSS. That is, you'd been caught out.
No,
When I say the department, if your recollection's accurate.
I wouldn't say it being caught out. That's not how I would reflect on it.
Can I take you to tab 168? Sorry, have you finished your answer?
Yes.
Right. Exhibit 1394, DSS.5023.0002, 2577. You referred earlier to clearing the response to the Ombudsman in respect of the legal advice, and you're
Yes.
familiar with the to and fro about it within the department and what wording would be used.
I asked for a change to one word, yes.
What's the difference between apportioning and
I
smoothing?
have no idea.
Well, you wrote it.
I know, but I can't recall why I wanted it changed. I don't know.
Sitting here today, you can't recall why you insisted on the change of that particular word in the Ombudsman's response.
No.
Ms Wilson, one view of your evidence may be that the obvious conclusion from your discussions with Ms Gay-Lightly and the content of the executive minute and then the NPP reflected the fact that it was not possible to introduce the measure which required averaging because it required legislative change, and that there was a coordinated response by you and Ms Gay-Lightly to change the description of it in superficial terms without changing what it actually did. And that from that point forward, you ignored all of the information or looked away from all of the information which made it obvious that PAYG data was being averaged in the various iterations of the scheme. And then, in January, when the Ombudsman commenced the investigation...
Commissioner, can I ask my learned friend, please, to break this down? This is a very long question with a number of different concepts already, and he's just about to start on the third concept by my count.
I think the gist of it's been pretty clear from questioning, but do you need it broken down?
It would be helpful.
All right, break it down, please.
The first point, your conversations with Ms Gay-Lightly. One view of your evidence may be that the obvious conclusion from your discussion with her in February 2017 and the content of the executive minute and then the NPP reflected the fact that it was not possible to introduce the measure which required averaging because it required legislative change. It was a common understanding between the two of you.
So what's your question?
You understood the measure, no matter how it was described, required averaging to be implemented.
No.
You agreed that with Ms Gay-Lightly.
No.
You knew that it had to be introduced because the Minister asked for it to be introduced.
I knew that the Minister wanted a measure introduced.
And that you agreed to change the description of the measure in superficial terms without changing what it actually did.
No, I reject that.
And from that point forward, you ignored all of the information or looked away from all of the information which made it obvious the PAYG data was being averaged in the various iterations of the scheme.
I reject that also. I have acknowledged that I, in hindsight, wish that I had asked more questions, but there was no deliberate looking away.
And then in January 2017, when the Ombudsman commenced the investigation, you acted in a manner to defend the legality of the scheme despite not having legal advice to that effect.
No.
And the legal advice that you sought from Ms Pulford was to get her to walk back from the advice provided in 2014, which was directly inconsistent with legal support for the measure.
No.
And that was the reason why you personally made the decision to withhold the 2014 advice to the Ombudsman when it was plainly within the scope of the request.
No.
And that's why, after you were caught out by the Ombudsman, you got a response together with other people which sought to explain away the 2014 advice as overtaken by the 2017 advice in terms which had no practical consequence to the implementation of the scheme.
No, I reject that.
And your evidence here today, where you claim not to recall all of the points in time at which these things ought to have been obvious, is you reconstructing events to protect your own interests?
No, I reject that entirely. I have acknowledged that I wish that I had done things differently, that I had asked more questions, but I reject that entirely.
And that you have no basis to claim you did not know about averaging other than being dishonest from the period?
No, I reject that entirely.
Nothing further, thank you.
Ms Ogendorf?
No questions, Commissioner.
Ms McLeod?
No questions. Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr Brady?
No questions, Commissioner. Thank you.
Ms Wilson can be excused?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Ms Wilson. You're excused, and we will adjourn till 2:30.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 2:30 p.m. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Scott.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appear with Ms Berry for the balance of today's proceedings and call Mr Britton.
Yes. Was Mr Britton excused last time, do you remember?
I believe he wasn't.
No, I don't think he was. So you're still on your former oath or affirmation, whichever it was, Mr Britton. Thank you.
Mr Britton, since you gave evidence on the last occasion, you've provided a supplementary statement to the Commission dated the 2nd of December 2022?
I did, yes.
Thank you. And are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best
They
of
are,
your
yes.
knowledge and belief? Thank you. Now, there's two folders in front of you, Mr Britton, which are in general the documents that I'm going to be asking you questions about during your evidence. Documents I'll ask you questions about will also appear on the screen, but to assist your understanding, there's been folders provided to you.
Great, thank you.
If I go beyond what's in those folders, I'll let you know.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so the first document I ask that you be shown should be behind tab 7 of the large folder you have.
I'll revert to the screen, or should I go?
You can go to that. It'll be on the screen as well, but it'll be easier for you to follow. It's in the folder. Tab 7 of your large folder. This is Exhibit 5506, Doc ID CTH.2004.0001.3468.
Yes?
Thank you. Now, can you see that is a chain of emails on the 27th of October 2014?
Yes?
Okay. And it starts with an email from yourself at 8:36 a.m. on that date at the bottom of the page.
Yes.
And it refers to an attached preliminary analysis of the current pool of PAYG matches for discussion that afternoon. See that?
Yes?
Have you had an opportunity to review this email in preparation for today's
No, I haven't seen it.
proceedings? Okay.
Scott, no.
What's the next? Do you have a recollection of a meeting at about this time in October 2014 where an analysis of the kind described in this email was prepared for that discussion?
No, I don't recall the meeting, no.
Okay. Do you see that it's addressed to, your email is addressed to Alana and Murray?
Yes, I recall Murray, but I can't recall who Alana was.
Okay. Who's Murray?
That was Murray Kimber, so he was my equivalent in DSS.
Okay. Do you have a general recollection of discussions with DSS representatives, including Mr Kimber, in the month of October 2014 regarding proposed budget measures for the following budget?
No, not directly, Mr Scott. I think there were lots of reasonably regular conversations with DSS, but I don't recall specifically a discussion around PAYG. Everything's sort of blurred. It was quite a regular discussion. I recall lots of discussions around previous measures, but not this specifically, no.
Okay. Can you see the email in response, sorry, an email following your email from Mr
Yes.
Withnell
Yes,
about 5 minutes after your email? And Mr Withnell says, "Why has this gone to DSS? I haven't seen it. We have no authority even for the measure as yet, and now we have given away control of it!" Exclamation mark.
yes,
There's some reasonably strong words in that email.
yes.
Given the strength of those words, can you enlighten us at all as to what circumstances were?
I recall the event. I don't recall the conversations around it. I recall him being upset at me. That wasn't a regular occurrence in the 6 odd years that we worked together, so this was kind of a bit of a standout. But I can't remember the specific reason as to why it was an issue in me sending it to DSS.
Okay. And given your recollection of the event, do you have any recollection of what was provided with this email that
No.
drew such a reaction from Mr. Withnell?
No. There was lots of analysis, and I've seen analysis within other documents within the packs. I can't recall specifically what analysis we provided or I provided within this email.
Okay, well, perhaps to refresh your memory, could you go to tab 9 of your folder?
Okay, thank you.
Doc ID CTH.3000.0002.
Thank you.
0011_R Exhibit 5508.
Yep.
That would seem to be the attachment to the email.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory at all?
That looks familiar. I don't remember it specifically as it relates to that email, but I do remember seeing these 2 pages within the material, whether it be in my emails or whether it was in the pack.
Can you see?
Sorry?
Can you see that the heading of the document is Analysis of PAYG Uninitiated Matches?
Yes.
Given your recollection of the development of what became the Robodebt measure,
Yes.
and the significance of uninitiated, sorry, I'll withdraw that. Given your recollection of what led to the development of what became the Robodebt measure, does that title refresh your memory at all?
Again, the data that's contained within the document looked familiar. The 866857 is something that sort of I've seen in later documents, so that was the raw match data.
So the 866857,
Yes.
that is the number of uninitiated PAYG compliance matches.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Scott, yes. Yep.
That is, what were the uninitiated PAYG compliance matches?
So these were the matches that we had not taken any action on. So residual matches as a result of the data matching we did with the tax office.
And is this the issue that had been identified about that time, that whilst about 20,000 compliance interventions were being undertaken each year, there were this pool of what was seen as uninitiated matches?
That's right, Mr. Scott, yes.
Okay, and given that context, does that refresh your memory that this data related to early consideration of what became the Robodebt proposal?
Quite possibly. Again, I've been trying to piece together and recall, it's been difficult. But certainly this looks like the early forming of the analysis associated with the OCI or Robodebt, yes. Particularly as it relates to PAYG data matching, yes.
Okay, so if we just turn your attention back to the email we just discussed and Mr. Withnell's reaction.
Yes.
You providing the data, in particular his comment, why has this gone to DSS? I haven't seen it. We have no authority even for the measure as yet, and now we have given away control of it.
Yes.
Do you have a recollection at all of why, or what was it about the circumstances surrounding the development of the measure at that time that might have led to that reaction from Mr. Withnell?
I think, Mr. Scott, there's probably a few layers to that, which I will try and give context to. So, as mentioned earlier, lots of conversations regularly with DSS around potential measures, options, ideas, concepts and other things. So that was kind of regular. And they'd either come from DSS with, do you have any ideas? Do you have any savings measures? Is sort of my experience with DSS. That would, 99% of the time, that would come through Mark Withnell as for the period that I reported to him. So that kind of rings true as far as the general theme of conversation. As far as the giving away control of it, I think there was lots of things indirectly observed around the relationship between DSS and DHS.
Just to be clear, you're saying observed by you?
Yes. And just generally a sense of, DHS and the responsibilities that we had, Mark's approach generally, which was very much about he was the expert, we were the experts, kind of loosely describe it, we know boats, which is...
We know boats.
We know boats as far as we were the experts in fraud and compliance was very much the mantra, and particularly within DHS at the time. Like he was the point of contact for all things to do with fraud and compliance.
Right.
And the primary contact.
And
so
we know boats, is that in contrast to what was understood as to the level of knowledge of DSS?
Yes, that was a view. Right or wrong, that was a view. We deliver the detail, we complete the work, so therefore there's a level of expertise that we had around the work. I do recall the best way to describe it, he was upset about me releasing it. I can't remember the specifics around why that was. But it was memorable because there weren't many instances, as I mentioned earlier, in that time that we worked together where I had that type of reaction to anything that I was involved in. So I don't know if that was his view, a department's view, not something that I was told specifically around why we wanted to control this versus how other measures had sort of progressed. But there was definitely a view formed that we wanted to take this forward.
Did you regard them as pinching your ideas?
I don't think so, Commissioner. I don't think so. I don't know if it was, bureaucratic politics around who takes the lead. I don't know if it was because of the minister. I honestly don't know what the driver was.
But do you think Mr Withnell wanted DHS to get the credit for this measure?
Possibly, and control. I think, it's definitely... this was a big measure. Obviously, it became, through the development over the months after this, significant savings. Whether that was a driver, I really don't know. I think, to be honest, a question for Mr Withnell, but I don't have the context as to why it was such a big issue. But it was an issue.
All right. Well, can I just ask you to complete this line of questioning, Mr Britton? The document behind tab 8, doc ID CTH.3000.0002.0010_R, exhibit 5507.
Yep.
Now, this is an email not involving yourself, but you're referred to in it.
Yes.
And it refers to the attached high-level PAYG document that the author of the email, Mr Lumley, put together for yourself. The email is dated the 28th of October 2014. And the second sentence of the email says, in the end, he didn't provide it them. Of course, means to them. I'll explain why.
Yep.
And he says he thinks that a new initiative around the automation of debt notification will need to be put up by DHS alone with minimal to no joint involvement from DSS. You agree with me that the language of this email suggests that the reference to what you thought was based on a discussion between yourself and Mr Lumley?
It appears that way, and can I just add to that, Mr Scott, having not seen this email until last Friday, and then connecting that with the occurrences of the day before, it's now helped me join the dots between, because I could not recall having a conversation with Mr Lumley around not engaging with DSS, but I think that previous exhibit has helped me join the dots.
Okay, so first of all, can you assist us with an explanation for the words in the second sentence of the email? In the end, he didn't provide it them. I'll explain why.
Not directly, but it appears, from what I now see, is that I don't recall the conversation with Mr Lumley, But it appears that it was generated as a result of the conversation I had with Mr. Withnell or the email around not engaging with DSS. But I don't remember specifically being given a direction not to engage with DSS. So I don't remember the conversation, but...
Well, do you recall having a state of mind at about the time of this email that the new initiative around the automation of debt notification will need to be put up by DHS alone with minimal to no joint involvement from DSS?
No.
And can you assist us at all from your recollection as to why, based on the circumstances of which you recall now, that might have been your state of mind at the time?
I would have been directed or told.
By whom?
My only point of contact was Mark Withnell.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall, prior to January 2015, DSS having any involvement in the development of the proposal?
Not that I recall. That time frame... So I've not seen anything in any of the material that's been provided that would indicate that I was directly engaged with DSS through the development or the early development of the MPP. But having said that, the benefit I had was I was literally the building across from where Murray sat, so we often sort of ran into each other, but there's no explicit memory I have, which was we talked about this specifically. And on the back of these two emails, it's likely that I would not have done that if I was directed not to.
Okay. The first email I showed you referred to a discussion that was envisaged on the 27th of October 2014. Do you recall seeing that in that email?
Yes.
And that email was addressed to, amongst others, Mr. Kimber.
Yes.
And do you agree with me that would seem to indicate there was a discussion of some kind with Mr. Kimber that day?
Yes.
And given the subject matter of the email and the attachment, that it was likely to involve discussion around an early conception of what became the Robodebt measure.
Likely, yes. Whether it was simply concept, we've got a lot of uninitiated matches. What are the options we have to deal with it? It could have been about the components of that MPP, of which the OCI or Robodebt was one component. There were fraud elements and new elements, as you would know, Mr. Scott, as part of that submission. I don't remember the specifics, but often there would be, as I mentioned earlier, there'd be formal and informal discussions around if there was a direction coming or a request for concepts and ideas, what are they? What would they be? And then we would traditionally work in partnership with DSS to develop some of those. I've had other situations where DSS have rung and said, we need a measure for whatever reason, for whatever amount, and we work with them to develop, particular savings measures. But as I said, I don't recall that conversation, and I've not seen anything that's helped prompt me, and I don't have any notes as well from the meeting, so which has not helped me at all. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't recall?
No.
All right. And you don't recall any further discussion around the measure up to January 2015 with DSS?
No, that's right, Mr. Not explicitly, no. That's right.
Was that unusual? Sorry, I'll rephrase it. Was it unusual for the development of a measure of this kind to not involve DSS?
I'm just trying to think back to previous measures. Not really, because there was always a time by which DSS were engaged. There was lots of conversations, quite regularly conversations, and I think when I attended the commission last time, there was a conversation around, well, certainly within the documents that I identified, a workshop that Mark led around, okay, what are the ideas, concepts that we can start to pre-position on, or that I'm not knowing what the reason for that was, but often we would be asked for ideas and concepts. So we would do that. We'd have conversations with DSS and other stakeholders as well, beyond DSS, if it related to other programs. I think on reflection and hindsight, it would probably not be normal to get to the point that we did if we didn't, without discussion with DSS. But again, I'm not 100% sure if there was some discussion, one discussion or no discussion, but I'll take your advice that there was no discussion up until January.
Okay. Well, just so I can clarify something you just said, would it usually be the case that DHS would engage with DSS in the development of a proposal prior to a briefing that is a written briefing to the relevant minister being developed?
My experience would be yes. And I think if I go back to the email that I sent Murray and then recall, that would be me applying normal, so what I would be familiar with, which is early engagement.
Okay. And how much level of engagement would normally happen before the stage would be reached where a briefing to a minister was being developed?
I'm not sure there's a specific, level. I think it would depend on the measure and the nature of the measure. But normally I would expect there would be more engagement. Yes.
Well, in the case of this measure involved an entirely new online platform, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And involved some substantially new elements in how income was assessed for the purpose of determining social security entitlement.
Yes.
And how overpayments were calculated. Quite a significant measure.
I think you nodded to that and how overpayments were calculated, but was that a yes?
I was acknowledging what Mr. Scott was saying, but I think I agree it was a significant measure across a number of complex components, one of which was, how the income is treated. Yes, I agree. I was nodding to agree, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And given the nature of that measure, what level of prior engagement with DSS would you ordinarily expect prior to the development of a briefing to a minister?
Again, just my experience in previous measures with DSS, I'd expect it would be fairly significant. I'd expect it would be, again, without specific recollection, I'd expect it would be DSS that would be writing the brief, not DHS. But recognising again that there are a range of components to this measure, some of them operationally focused, but again, having seen a number of measures sort of work their way through, they would traditionally be DSS, heavily DSS involvement, if not led, particularly through the formal phase. And some of that was simply because of the arrangements with the portfolio department and the responsibilities that DSS had, cabinet minister versus non-cabinet minister, and a whole bunch of other reasons historically.
Would it normally involve a level of engagement over 6 to 12 months? Is that what we're talking about?
Not always, Mr. Scott. Often these things were turned around very quickly because there was pressure. Where the pressure came from, whether it was internally or from ministers, certainly my experience, up until very recently, the pressure is short turnaround time, weeks sometimes. And I think, having seen the documents, I saw a document which you'll probably come to, but where I wrote to my director saying we've got an unprecedented time frame to prepare costings. I think it was 3 days, to get the MPP progressed. So it wasn't always the long burn. Some measures may have been, but in the compliance space, often it was what savings do you have, when can you deliver them? It was the imperative was the dollars often.
Did you have a perception in late 2014 that the measure that ultimately became Robodebt needed more time before it could be brought forward? And by time, I should say more work.
I think the easy answer to that is yes. But as I'm saying that, I'm reflecting on the component parts. So there were obviously, within the division, there were a number of branches. Each of the branches were focused on elements of that MPP. There was a lot of early thinking, but it was the concept that was thought through to a point. But knowing that we needed to do more work to really make sure that it was validated, and I think, again, we'll probably come to that, but I think with the benefit of hindsight, absolutely. I mean, this, from my perspective, is, the biggest measure up front, let alone the ones that flowed from it. I mean, it was a huge exercise in itself.
What I'm just trying to focus on at the moment, Mr. Britton, is your state of mind at the time in late 2014, and whether you had a state of mind at that time that it was not ready to be brought forward.
I was worried about the pressure that was being applied. And, often the case, it was get on with it, just get on with it. We have a task to do, wherever the task came from my perspective, it was Mark. Mark was very hands-on, and we collectively got on with it. But certainly I think for this particular measure, it was hugely complex. There was a lot of speculation and assumption around what it could be, even at a concept stage. But also, I think as I talked about the last time I was giving evidence, there was an urgent imperative around, we'd had some, and I'll digress a little bit, but I think it's important context, some really positive momentum around debt prevention and debt reduction and, re-engineering through what we had. But the drive was also around how do we modernise and how do we build capability that actually genuinely benefit the customer. Now, it played out obviously very differently, but that was the intent. So the imperative was to get the savings, to get the investment, to build the platform, but absolutely, not only through this measure, but we'll come to the other ones, there was a lot of pressure, to get it through.
Okay. I'm now going to ask that you be shown, Mr. Britton, a document behind tab 17 of your folder. That is document ID CTH.2004.03332_R, exhibit 2066.
Yes.
Have you got that there, Mr.?
I do, thank you.
Okay. Now, that is a chain of emails, do you agree, commencing on the 20th of January?
Yes.
Concluding on the 21st of January 2015?
Yes.
It starts with an email from Ms Halbert to Melissa Ryan and Mr Withnell at the bottom of the page. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it commences, Melissa, as discussed, here are our comments on the compliance part of the brief. We feel particularly strongly about the clean-up PAYG measure, you will see the comments.
Yes, yes.
See that? And then Ms Ryan then emails Mr Withnell and Ms Golightly on the 20th of January 2015 saying DSS have provided comments on the compliance parts of the brief.
Yes.
They've marked up comments in text boxes. The key area of concern is the clean-up PAYG measure. See that?
Yes.
And then there's an email from Mr Withnell on the 21st of January to, amongst others, yourself. And the words are, "For your consideration, capitals do not forward."
Yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity to review this email chain in your preparation for
Yes,
today?
thank you.
Thank you. And we'll get to the attachment. But have you also reviewed the attachment to the email?
The DSS comments?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, having had an opportunity to review those two documents, have you refreshed your memory as to this email chain?
I have read through the documents. I don't specifically recall that email specifically or the circumstances, but I've read through, yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, we might go to the attachment,
Yes.
which is tab 18, exhibit 2067, doc ID CTH.2004.000.0333. Do you have that there?
Yes.
Now, as you've said, you've had an opportunity to review this document, correct?
Yes.
And you can see that it's headed in red, protected sensitive cabinet. See that?
Yes.
And then you see the, it says it's attachment B, and then it has a heading, proposed changes to strengthen the integrity of the welfare system.
Yes.
And then throughout the document, there are sections which are dot points, text with dot points in square boxes.
Yes.
Now, do you agree with me that, in effect, this is an early draft of what became the brief to Minister Morrison that set out various new policy proposed new policy proposals, including the NPP that proposed the PAYG clean-up,
Yes.
which later became known as Robodebt.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And having reviewed the document, you accept that the sections in the square boxes are DSS's comments on the draft?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we go to page 2 of the document, do you see the section headed PAYG cleanup?
Yes.
And you agree with me that that section with the paragraphs marked A through to E contain a description of what became the Robodebt measure?
Yes.
Thank you. And then the square box that's at the bottom of that page and goes over the page constitutes DSS's comments
Yes.
in relation to this proposal as it then stood in January 2015.
Yes.
And do you agree with me that those comments are consistent with the email of the 20th of January 2015 from Ms Halbert that we just looked at before, that this document was attached to, in which Ms Halbert described DSS's position as being that they felt particularly strongly about the PAYG clean-up proposal?
Yes.
That is, they felt strongly opposed to the proposal.
Well, it doesn't say opposed, but it does say, yes, they felt strongly.
And my point is that the language in the dot points clearly convey opposition to the proposal.
I think it definitely raises questions. Absolutely, yes.
All right. Well, in particular, if we call out the second bullet point in the square box
Yes.
on page 2, no, sorry, page 2 of 8. The second there, yes, thank you. Do you see that bullet point contains these words, DSS Public Law Branch confirms that the suggested calculation method does not accord with Social Security legislation, which specifies that employment income is assessed fortnightly.
Yes,
You see that?
I do see that.
Now, based on your dealings that you'd had with DSS over time, did you have a knowledge of who comprised the DSS Public Law Branch?
No, I didn't have any direct engagement with them, no.
It's intuitively obvious, isn't it, that the DSS Public Law Branch would be comprised of lawyers?
Yes, that would be, yep, reasonable to assume, yes.
And it's intuitively obvious, isn't it, that this bullet point is conveying the effect of legal advice provided by that branch to DSS in respect of the proposal?
I don't know about the legal advice. I've never actually seen any legal advice from DSS. It might, and I'm not trying to be problematic, but I'm interpreting and reading this. Because I don't recall what my thinking was or what direction I was given at the time by which this came in. So yes, definitely questions around, from a legal perspective, around the calculation method and reference to fortnightly, yes.
Okay, we take it in steps. I just want to be clear. I think you just said that you don't recall ever seeing DSS legal advice.
No.
At any stage?
No.
Have you seen?
I recall seeing DHS legal advice in 2017, I think it was, but I don't recall seeing any legal advice from DSS.
On this proposal?
I'm thinking, I can't recall ever seeing specific legal advice from DSS.
It dealt with any aspect of the scheme known as Robodebt?
No, not that I recall, and I think it's something I'd remember. I've not seen anything in the packs that's reminded me that I've seen legal advice. In fact, I was never told that this was unlawful, not explicitly. I've heard probably, maybe, possibly, we're getting legal advice, but I've never been told explicitly, ever, in the time that I was involved in this.
Okay. Well,
When it says that the DSS Public Law Branch confirms that the calculation method doesn't accord with Social Security legislation, don't you read that as meaning our lawyers say this does not accord with the legislation?
I think as I read it now, Commissioner, absolutely it's clear, but at the time, I wish I could remember what the thinking was. But again, I can give additional context if I'll try and be helpful. So when I look at that, the advice I was consistently given from our experts was there was no legal issue with what we were proposing. So that was the first point.
so by our experts, what are you referring to?
So experts within business integrity. So the people we relied on, people like Jason Ryman and his team that were developing NPP concepts, design, engaged with legals. The advice I was consistently given was there was never a concern raised around legality as it relates to what the initial concept was. So that's the first part. The second part is the concept was actually about, so recognising averaging, no question. But what was in my mind was the averaging was applied on a fortnightly basis. So there was a period, there was an amount, the amount was averaged, and it was applied on a fortnightly basis. So
What do you mean by it was applied on a fortnightly basis? I don't quite understand what you're saying, Mr.
So what that would, I'll just use rough numbers to sort of illustrate. So if somebody received $1,000, they were unable to either provide or didn't contact, well then we would apply $1,000. If the period was 10 weeks, you'd average it over $100 a week, $200 a fortnight. And my understanding was that would then be applied, the $200 would be applied against that relevant fortnight for the period of employment. So in my mind, I was thinking that the fortnightly application will be applied. So I'm sure we'll come to assumptions and the concept and other things, because clearly there were flaws in the assumptions and the idea, the core thing here, the concept. But at the time, this was still thought, considered and believed to be in exceptional circumstances, not at the scale that was ultimately, being forced through this process. It was, we apply averaging in exceptional circumstances. We anticipated wrongly with hindsight, but at the time we were thinking much higher rates of contact. So therefore it would be an exceptional process, and therefore it would be applied as we had historically applied it. Now what obviously became was something completely different and outside of what was thought, which was huge rates, huge percentages of people not engaging with the process, and therefore a much broader application.
But your definition of exceptional circumstances was they either couldn't give you the information or they didn't contact you to give the information.
That's correct, Commissioner. That's correct.
You recall prior to the submission to Cabinet seeing any information indicating that historically the rates at which customers, I should say, social security recipients, did not respond under prior interventions was about 35% of the numbers of prior interventions.
And I think, and again, Mr. Scott, you're right, and I've seen that in other assumptions documents where through, again, whether it be an inability to use the channel through vulnerability or preference, but you're right, so that 35% non-contact rate was seen to be what was expected.
Okay.
Well, that's not too exceptional, is it?
No, I agree, Commissioner. I absolutely agree. And I think, I don't know actually what we were thinking at the time as far as, like the assumptions. I think there was aspiration, there was an expectation, but also a hope that if we, it sounds silly, but if we build it, they will use it. So there's a lot of really positive experience with customers, we called them customers when I was in DHS, but I'll call them recipients. A lot of positive engagement with the use of new channels and online, and obviously there was an imperative as well from government to really start to build out channels and online channels. So I think the expectation clearly was the exceptions would be the true exceptions, because there'd be low numbers of people that actually choose to not engage or would be unable to provide the details. Now again, on reflection, realistically, it wasn't a thought at the time, but now it's, well, like who keeps records for 4 years and all those individual elements that I think have sort of come to light. But, in the conversations that I was having, that wasn't a genuine consideration at the time.
Well, to put this in context, historically there were about 20,000 interventions per year.
Yes.
Of the most highest risk.
That's right.
Recipients. When we're talking highest risk, that is the most likely to owe a debt.
That's right, and potentially the highest debt value, yes.
Right, but this scheme involved, under this proposal as it then stood, as per point D under the heading PAYG cleanup, the proposal was a 4-year measure to undertake 850,000 interventions.
Yes, yes.
And of course would then sweep up into it interventions with respect to recipients that weren't in that higher risk category.
Yes.
And therefore I'll withdraw that, and therefore less likely to owe a debt than the high risk categories that were historically addressed.
Yes, yes.
And among the historical interventions where historically 35% of recipients did not respond, of course, if they did not respond to initial contact from the department, there would then be a process that would be followed where compliance officers would review the file to identify discrepancies.
Yes.
And attempt to obtain information from employers that might explain the discrepancies.
Yes.
So, in all likelihood, the number of recipients in those affected by those interventions, where averaging might be used, would be a fraction of the 20,000 interventions per year. Correct?
Yes. Yes.
And then, in all likelihood, to the extent that it was used at all, it would be used to calculate part of the income that the recipient had earned during a financial year, as opposed to the entire financial year.
I think there's a couple of elements to that, Mr. Scott. So don't disagree with anything that you've described, but certainly there were instances where employers didn't keep accurate records, and so they defaulted full year for the employment. But again, this is where we were thinking that the customer or recipient would engage either through the channel, or if they were identified through some form of profiling, through a direct channel or an alternate channel, if they're identified as being potentially vulnerable, to help us correct the record, to help us update the record. Now again, like that was the initial concept.
Sure, that might have been in general terms the concept, but there was also an assumption that 35% of the 866 odd thousand interventions over 4 years would have as the default mechanism for calculating entitlement averaging. Correct?
I think there was more consideration than just that, to be honest. Recognising there were subsequent contacts with the customer, there were other opportunities to correct the record, to engage. So it wasn't just a binary, don't engage, apply by default. I think my observation is it became that, but not again at the early stage, not at the concept stage and not at the pilot phase.
But the process was a recipient would be sent a letter identifying the discrepancy between the ATO data and the reported income, correct?
Were they not? Are we talking about the pilot or?
I'm talking about the concept at this stage.
Concept. I thought we engaged with the recipient via the concept, via the online channel, or an alternate channel if there are indicators within the system. That it would also flag a secondary engagement outside of MyGov. And then that in itself would be the reason, the driver, the request, the direction for them to log online and provide the information.
But the initial step was an attempt by the department to contact
Yes.
the recipient.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And if the department didn't get a response from the recipient, they weren't going to go online, were they?
No, well, that's the reality that played out, absolutely, yes.
What I'm putting to you is there was assumed that 35% of the recipients who it was attempted to be contacted would not respond.
On the initial contact. And again, I'm trying to remember the specific, like the detail of the assumptions. But I agree, 35% was definitely a number that was contained within that. But I can't recall what subsequent, if any, but what subsequent steps were then in place or in the concept as far as other contacts that would take place with the customer.
Okay, well, we might come back to this because I'm getting a bit off what I was seeking to ask you questions about.
Sure.
I just want to focus on this bullet point here. And can I just suggest to you that the only interpretation of this bullet point is confirmation by the DSS lawyers that the proposal to use the income smoothing methodology described in paragraph B does not accord with the social security legislation.
And as I read that now, I agree that that is the interpretation.
Well, can you think of any other interpretation?
Well, other than what I described, or tried to describe previously. And again, I can't recall, well, a couple of things. So I can't recall specifically, as I talked about, any actual legal advice from DSS as it related to this specifically, but also the advice I was being given internally was that we had advice that this could be applied in the context of the concept.
But you never saw any legal advice.
No.
You never saw any legal advice at this time that you received this attachment in the email on the 21st of January 2015 to the contrary of the advice from DSS that its public law branch confirmed that the suggested calculation method does not accord with social security legislation?
No.
Okay.
No.
Can you go, please, Mr. Britton, to tab 21 of your folder, which is exhibit
Yes.
5511, doc ID CTH.3023.0013.3028_R.
Yes.
All right. Now, do you see that's an email from Mr. Ryman to yourself on the 21st of January 2015?
Yes.
Same date as the email that forwarded you the
Yes.
last document.
Yes.
And just note the time,
Yes.
2:25 in the afternoon.
Yep.
And you accept that this is an email sent after the previous email we were discussing was sent to you?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And you can see that this top of the page is FW:DSS response dot points.
Yes.
You see this is an email from Mr. Ryman to yourself,
Yes.
and the opening words of the email are, as requested.
Yep.
And you can see that the heading is in bold, PAYG cleanup. Have you reviewed this email in preparation for your evidence today?
Yes, I've seen this email, yes.
Okay. Do you accept from the context that we've just discussed in relation to this email that it would appear to be an attempt to respond to the comments that DSS had provided in relation to the PAYG cleanup proposal in the document that we were discussing?
Yes, I see that, yes.
Thank you. Do you recall, and sorry, I'll withdraw that. You can see, of course, that this is an email Mr. Ryman has sent to you as requested. So do you agree, made a request for a response to the DSS feedback?
Yes, well, that's my interpretation. I mean, I don't remember the request, but I can see from the email he's responding in that way. So I must have, or Mark and I must have had a conversation with Jason, yes.
For comments in response?
Yes, but I don't recall that conversation. I didn't actually recall the email until I was provided it. But yes, so yes is the short answer. I see that he's responding to something that I or we had requested.
Okay. Now, having reviewed this email in the course of your preparation today, do you agree that it provides no answer to the point made by DSS that the proposed methodology was contrary to the social security legislation?
I come back to not having seen the explicit advice, but certainly in the context of DSS, I can't recall exactly what was asked as far as what this is attempting to respond to. Is it an attempt to respond to the points specifically made by DSS, or is it a general set of points as far as DHS's position on the issue? That's one component I'm unclear about.
Well,
But I agree that it doesn't directly go to the point you've called out as far as the advice from DSS Legal.
that's right, because Mr. Ryman's not a lawyer, correct?
Correct. Yes, that's right.
And whatever he might say, might have said in this email, it does not address the legal advice, the effect of which was conveyed in that dot point we discussed earlier.
So I'm not sure if he had seen any legal advice from DSS. I don't know. But again, I can't recall exactly what we were asking him to provide. He wouldn't be providing alternate legal advice for the point that you made in that he wasn't or isn't a lawyer. I'm not sure if there was additional advice that he received from DHS Legal in preparation of this. I don't know.
Okay. Well, you certainly saw no legal
No,
advice.
I personally didn't see any legal advice, no.
So do you agree with me that as at the 21st of January 2015, the effect of legal advice that the proposed methodology was inconsistent with the social security legislation had been conveyed to both yourself and Mr. Withnell?
Again, I think you're being precise with the way in which you think we were interpreting this, but that's not my take and my reflection.
Well, Mr. Britton, I was deliberately precise in my question. We'll get to how you interpreted it shortly. I'm just asking whether you accept that the effect of that advice had been conveyed to you and Mr. Withnell. That is, it had been sent by email to you two.
I accept that the email from DSS indicating they had legal opinion or advice from their legal team, which I did not see, suggests that there was an issue.
Right.
I don't think it's that explicit. We can go back to that point, and that might be helpful for me as well. But I don't think it was that binary in the way in which you describe it.
Well, we can. We'll go back to it now. CTH.2004.0002.033 Exhibit 2067.
Sorry, Mr. Scott, what tab was that?
18.
Thank you.
And we'll call out the dot point again on page 2 of 8, second dot point in the box. Now, my question accepts that the full detail of the legal advice that DSS Public Law Branch had provided DSS is not exposed in this dot point.
Yes.
My proposition to you, though, is the effect of that advice was clearly expressed. That is, that the suggested calculation method does not accord with social security legislation.
Yes.
You accept that?
Yes, no, now that I've reread, thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
I do.
So, do you accept that as at the 21st of January 2015, the effect of that advice had been communicated to yourself and Mr. Withnell?
Yeah, well, that was the date that we received the email from DSS, yes.
Okay. And you turned your mind sufficiently to that email that you requested feedback, you requested Mr. Ryman to provide the advice which he provided also on the 21st of January 2015.
Yeah.
So you clearly had read the attachment.
I'm assuming I had read it, yes.
It's almost certainly the case, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I would expect it would be, yes. And I would expect that we would have had a conversation with Mark Withnell, and as a result of that, we then agreed on a set of actions to then look at the document. I'm not sure what the response process was. We'll probably come to that as well. I don't have explicit, I don't recall explicitly how all of that resulted in the email from Jason and what the direction was. I just don't recall. But as I read this now, that is, yes, I agree with what you're saying. I'm not sure what the thinking was, what the conversation was, what I was thinking at the time. But yes, I can see it with clean eyes. Yes.
Well, you accept that at no stage prior to the policy proposal that became the Robodebt measure was submitted to Cabinet was any action taken by you to get any legal advice addressing the issue identified in this dot point.
No, that's correct. I relied on the advice of others. That's right. I did not seek independent legal advice.
And you had no knowledge over that period between this document being sent to you and the Cabinet meeting in March 2015 of any such advice being obtained?
No. Not for the components of this that I was involved in. And, you know, a measure this size, lots of people are involved above me, lots of conversations. I think some of those are reflected within the material. But me personally, no, that's correct.
Okay.
How much did it stand out as a budget measure? I mean, how remarkable was it?
Commissioner, I think from memory, like, I can't recall a budget measure this big as far as savings in one measure. And then, as you've seen in the material, just grew and grew and grew to the point where, and I think it's reminded, again, we'll probably come to a presentation pack that was prepared for me, where it talked about $3.5 billion in savings, but I don't think that was the final sort of savings amount. So it grew. So from my perspective, you know, lots of reflections being out of that environment, but there's lots of different words I could use to describe it, but I remember specifically saying this is great, like this is silly. The savings are huge, the pressure's increasing, but it was unrelenting. I mean, the focus was on savings. And I'm not sure whether that was internal or government focused, but it was focused on the savings. It was the biggest set of measures I think I've ever seen in my 30-odd years.
Okay. Can you please turn to tab 19 of your large bundle, Mr. Britton? This is doc ID CTH.2004.0002.0342_R, exhibit 2216.
Yes.
This is an email from yourself to Mr. Withnell on the 21st of January 2015.
Yes.
Do you agree with me that the email commences with, in response to the points raised by DSS?
Yes.
Which must be the points in the bullet points that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Thank you. And you've effectively cut and pasted what Mr. Ryman put to you?
Yes.
And included that?
Yes.
And then you've quoted some sections of the social security legislation that relates to notices.
Yes.
And just to be complete, do you accept that that email did not address the point raised by DSS in relation to its legal advice and the bullet points we've been discussing?
Again, it doesn't appear to, not the explicit advice. I may have received additional advice, not sure if it was from Jason or somebody else in relation to the extracts. I didn't see anything in any material I provided where there was any additional emails that related to this email. So I'm not sure where that had come from, why I'm not sure why that was added to the email.
Okay. Can you now please turn to, I think it's tab 117, which might be your second smaller volume, Mr.
Oh no, it's in this one, yeah.
Okay. It's CTH.4700.0001.2404 Exhibit 5617. Now, do you recognise that document, Mr. Britton?
Only from it being provided within the pack, but yes, I see that that's a signed, well, it's a signed brief.
Okay. Do you accept that you were sent it by Mr. Withnell on the 24th of February 2015?
Yes, it's based on the top, yes.
Well, I'm just asking you whether you accept you were sent this document by
Ah.
Mr. Withnell on the 24th of February 2015. To refresh your memory, behind tab 25 should be doc ID CTH.3023.0013.866 exhibit 5515.
Yes,
Okay. All right. Thank you.
thank you.
Now,
Sorry, are we going to go back to the brief?
yeah, the brief.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
Thank you. Now, do you accept that this was a brief to Minister Morrison, which he noted with his agreement to the recommendations on the 20th of February 2015?
Yes, it looks that way, yes.
Those recommendations included recommendations that he agreed to the development of certain new policy proposals,
Yep,
and that one of those proposed new policy proposals became what is now known as Robodebt.
yes.
Okay. And if we go to page 10 of the document,
Yes,
do you agree with me that is the outline of the proposal as it was then conceived at that time?
yes,
Okay. We call that the last, and you can see circled the words pursued
yes,
by the Minister. We call out the last bullet point on that page.
yes,
The words, there may need to be a change of policy to enable the use of ATO data in this way. DSS has also advised that legislative change would also be needed to implement this initiative.
yes.
As a result, we have been working with DSS on developing this proposal and will continue to do so.
Yes.
See that? All right. And do you accept that the words DSS has also advised that legislative change would also be needed to implement this initiative is a reference to the legal advice, the effect of which was communicated in those dot points we've been discussing?
Don't know that to be true, but that would seem reasonable that it's linked back to that email.
Is it
It
your-
doesn't explicitly say what piece of legislation would need to be changed, but
Is it your evidence you don't have a recollection to that effect, but
No,
that you
not-
accept that's a reasonable interpretation?
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a recollection of the adoption of a position whereby the two departments, that is DHS and DSS, would work together to address the issue about the need for legislative change to implement.
Not explicitly. I think there was a lot of back and forth. There was meetings that I didn't attend and probably conversations I didn't have visibility of. So I can't remember explicitly agreement, as in verbal agreement or written agreement, that we would, but I'd expect that was the outcome as it's defined within the brief.
Okay. Now, Mr. Britton, I'm going to ask to be put on the screen a document that's not in your bundle, so I'm going to ask you to look at the screen.
Sure.
It is CTH.3095.0002.4674_R, Exhibit 5651. And I appreciate you're not involved in this email, Mr. Britton.
Yes.
You can see it's an email from Ms. Golightly to Ms. Wilson.
Yes.
You, of course, know who those people are, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Wilson being Ms. Golightly's counterpart at DSS.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Dated the 26th of February 2015. Reference to the signing of the compliance brief from Minister Morrison. See that? And an indication that Mr. Withnell will bring over a hard copy when he meets with Paul and Murray the next day.
Yes.
And then a summary of the effect of what the Minister had decided. See that?
Okay. Yep.
That can be taken down. What I'm going to next show you, Mr. Britton, is a document behind your tab 127, Exhibit 5627, Doc ID CTH.3756.0001.0050_R.
Yes.
All right. And it's a meeting invite, in effect, for a meeting on the 27th of February.
Yes.
And the invitees include Mr. Kimber, Mr. Withnell, yourself,
Yes.
Mr. McBride,
Yes.
and then an update to the invite to Mr. Ryman.
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of that meeting?
No. I did see some notes from Murray somewhere within the papers.
You don't have an independent record?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you have a recollection that about this time a work had already commenced on developing a draft new policy proposal for the measure?
Not explicitly, but I would expect it would have on the basis of the Morrison response.
Okay. Well, could you go to tab 31, Doc ID CTH.3023.0001.5316_R, Exhibit 5521.
Yep.
Do you accept that's an email from Mr. Ryman to yourself, dated the 26th of February 2015?
Yes.
And do you accept that from the description of the attachment that it would appear to be, the attachment would appear to be a then draft of the new policy proposal?
Yes. Looks like a very early draft, but yes, a draft.
And that attachment being behind your tab 32,
Yep.
Exhibit 5522, Doc ID CTH.3023.0001.5317_R.
Yes.
This is the draft that is the attachment to the email that we just discussed.
Yes.
If we go to page 2 of that document, please.
Yes.
And call out the paragraph underneath the redaction.
All right, yep.
Does that accord with your general recollection of the proposal as it was then understood at the time
It looks that way, yes.
on the 26th of February, the day before the 27th?
Yes.
And then we see that the last sentence, the words "do you agree" refer to an averaging approach being used to attribute income.
Yes.
Thank you. Then if you could go, please, Mr. Britton, to your tab 75, doc ID DSS.5023.0002.2174_R, exhibit 5575.
Yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity to review this document?
Yes, it was in my pack, yes.
Okay. And do you agree with me that it is an email from Mr. Kimber to a number of people dated the 15th of January 2017, doing, among other things, providing an account of the meeting on the 27th of February
Yes.
2015? See that?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that it's an account from his memory at the time?
Yes. I don't have notes of that meeting. In fact, I don't recall the meeting. But yes, that's his recollection a couple of years after, yes.
Okay. Would you see that he lists the attendees as including yourself, Mr. Withnell, Mr. Kimber, and Mr. McBride? He doesn't specifically mention Mr. Ryman.
No.
Can you assist us at all as to whether or not Mr. Ryman was at that meeting?
I can't recall. I can't recall the meeting. So unclear if he attended or not. Whether it was in person or by phone, not sure.
All right. Well, do you have a recollection at all that about this time in 2015, that's around the time of 27 February 2015, there was a meeting involving yourself, Mr. Withnell, and representatives of DSS to effectively discuss the issues regarding the proposal as it was then in development?
No, I don't remember the meeting.
Okay. Well,
but I accept the record that Murray has provided that I attended a meeting. I just don't remember the meeting. And I was hopeful that his points would help me remember, but I just don't remember.
okay. Well, do you see in his account of the meeting, he gives 4 dot points,
Yes.
and the last dot point has these words: DHS has also advised that there would be no change to how income is assessed or overpayments calculated as part of this proposal.
Yes. Yes.
Now that, assuming you or Mr. Withnell were the only DHS representatives at the meeting, if that was said, it must have been by one of you two, correct?
Possibly, yes. Again, not recalling what was said and in the context by which that's been recorded by Murray. I'm unclear as to what we were talking about in the context of calculating a debt. I can make an assumption based on what we've already covered, but yeah, I can't draw that from that.
I don't want you to make assumptions, Mr. Britton.
Well, I can't draw it from that.
Okay. Do you recall at any stage providing advice to DSS representatives to the effect of that bullet point?
No, I don't. Because I don't. I think there's later documents I've seen where we've talked about it, the application of averaging, but I don't remember it in the context of this conversation, and I don't remember specifically talking to that point.
Okay. Well,
so to answer your question, I don't know if I spoke to it or Mark spoke to it, if either of us did.
all right. Well, I'll ask you to have a look at your tab 35, Mr. Britton.
Okay.
Doc ID CTH.3023.0001.5380_R, Exhibit 5526.
Yes, yes. Yep.
Hopefully that's coming up on the screen shortly. Well, while we're waiting for it to come up on the screen, can you confirm, Mr. Britton, that's an email from Mr. Ryman to yourself
Yes.
on the afternoon of the 27th of February 2015? That is the afternoon of the meeting that seems to have occurred on the 27th of February 2015.
Yes, it appears that way, yes.
Okay, and he says, here's the latest version, and by the description of the attachment, it would seem that it's the latest version of the proposal.
Yes.
And then if we can go to the attachment to that email, which should be your tab 36.
Yes.
Doc ID CTH.3023.0001.5381_R, Exhibit 5527.
Yes.
Do you accept that is another draft of the new policy proposal?
Yes.
That would appear to be attached to the email we just discussed.
Yes.
Okay, if we go to page 3 of the document.
Yep.
Page 3.
Yep.
Call out the second paragraph, commencing the words, the new approach.
Yes.
Now, do you accept that this is marked in track changes, so we can see the changes, amendments to it? Accept that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that in this draft, words have been added, the new approach will not change how income is assessed or overpayments calculated?
Yes.
And that's the words that Mr. Kimber said in his email. That's consistent with the words Mr. Kimber used in his account, in his email, describing what occurred on the 27th of February 2015.
Yes. Yes.
All right. And what's been deleted in the amendments are the words that appeared in the draft from the previous day. Those words which you agreed referred to an averaging approach.
Yes.
Now, do you have a recollection at all of the circumstances that led to this amendment?
No. I wish I did. I'm not, as I mentioned earlier, I don't recall what was discussed or agreed, if anything was agreed at that meeting. I would expect this has come from that discussion on the basis of the timing that you referred to, but I can't recall. Was this the result of an agreement between DSS or DHS? I'm just not clear.
You weren't going to stop averaging, were you?
Sorry, Commissioner?
wasn't that you were stopping averaging, it's just a reference to it.
No, I think you're right. And I don't know why it was removed if we were proceeding as we were intending. I'm not clear why. Whether it's through agreement or whether it's through some other.
Can I suggest a couple of possibilities? One is that you agreed with the DSS people that since there was this agitation about whether legislation would be needed and the minister didn't want legislation, if you just removed all reference to averaging and said there would be no change, then perhaps no one would notice and you and DSS would be able to just go ahead with it. Or another possibility is that you deceived DSS by saying there would be no averaging and led those staff that you had the meeting with to think that averaging wasn't happening. So those are two possibilities. One is that you collude with DSS to remove the reference. The other is that you deceived DSS by removing the reference.
I think, Commissioner, to be honest, like what you're suggesting in both of those scenarios are deception. And my personal recollection and experience, despite the fact I can't recall the actual meeting, I've never been part of deception in my whole career. That's not who I am and it's not what I represent.
Well, good, but this comes right out of the NPP and it's deceiving in its effect because it would lead the casual observer, well, a casual observer would have no idea averaging was part of this.
I agree with that final point, Commissioner. I think that because I'm unclear what the thinking was around its removal, whether it's based on agreement, because we had agreement that in the context of the advice and the concept, the early concept, although we all know now that it was flawed, no question, whether that was the reason we had agreement because we thought it would truly be exceptional. But as far as my view, as far as the suggestion that there was intent, that was not what I observed and not what I felt, because if I felt that, well, then I would have called it out. Certainly not part of any conversation I had was, okay, we're going to exclude this so that it doesn't go forward. Like that wasn't part of anything that I was having a conversation about.
It certainly got taken out and you can't explain.
No, I agree and I can't explain why, Commissioner, you're right.
Mr Ryman has given evidence, and the transcript reference for my friend is page 3582, line 15, that it was taken out either at the direction of yourself or Mr Withnell. Can you comment on that, Mr Britton?
I have no recollection of that. I honestly don't know how to respond to that because it's particularly based on what you were suggesting, Commissioner. I mean, it was, yeah, I have no direct recollection of a conversation where I explicitly said remove that for a particular reason.
Okay, well, what about a conversation where you said remove that?
I can't recall that either. I wish I could, but I genuinely can't recall most of as it related to the conversations with DSS at that time. There were clearly differing views. I think that was the case, and there may have been some resolution through additional consultation.
Well, Mr Ryman was answering to you, essentially?
Yes, that's right, that's right.
And he sent the amended NPP to you?
That's right, yes.
So it's likely that you were the one that said, take this out, whether that
Well,
was at
not
Mr Withnell's
necessarily,
direction or not?
Commissioner, no, because the role that Jason had, parts of that role he reported to me, absolutely no question. I was his line manager and he was direct report, but there were elements to this, many elements over time, where he also worked directly with Mr Withnell. So that's why I can't be, it wasn't everything came from me. The way in which Mark operated generally was he was very hands-on through detail as well as leading the strategy. So it's not, again, it's not an explicit, Jason only ever did things at my direction. That wasn't the case. And it wasn't the case either with Karen Harfield when she was general manager, he cut across both dependent upon what the task was and what the requirement was.
Yes, but Mr Ryman sends this back not to Mr Withnell, but to you.
Yes, no, I agree, it came back to me, yes. I'm not sure where it went after it came to me, and I'm not sure what version this is and whether it was in the final version, but I agree, he sent it to me. But I don't agree that it was at my direction that he removed it. I simply don't have that recollection.
Well, you certainly didn't express any disagreement with it, did you?
Well,
Change.
I don't know. Is there any other material? Did I respond to this?
Can you identify, can you, from your...
I have not seen anything where I've responded to, in the material that's been provided, I haven't seen anything that's been, suggests that I responded to it. I don't know if I forwarded it to Mr Withnell. I haven't seen that.
We go to tab 33, Mr Britton. Exhibit 5524, doc ID CTH.2004.0002.5570_R.
33?
Yep.
Okay, yep, thank you.
It's an email from yourself to Mr Britton. Sorry.
Thank you. So I did forward it, thank you.
Except you did forward this?
Yes, based on this, yes. If that's the version, the exact version that I received from Jason, yes, it looks like I forwarded it, yes.
Okay. Well, does it assist you to see that the version number in the description of the attachment is version 7?
Yes, but...
And the description of the version in the attachment to the previous email was version 6?
Yes, but it's not in markup. So I would take from this it is the next version, but this version's got the markups removed. So I'm not sure if there's been any additional, without doing a word-by-word comparison.
Well, let's look at the attachment. That's tab 34, doc ID CTH.2004.0002.5571_R, exhibit 5525.
Yes.
And if you go to bottom of page 2,
Yes.
see the paragraph, the new approach will not change how income is assessed or overpayment is calculated. So those are the same words that were inserted.
Yes, yes.
And again, it doesn't mention averaging.
No.
So do you accept that you adopted those words?
It appears that I have, yes. Yes, in that version, yes.
Okay. And therefore adopted the representations in it.
Yes.
And the failure to mention averaging.
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
Adopted the failure to mention averaging.
Yeah, there's no reference of averaging in there, I agree, yes.
Notwithstanding the fact that averaging was still an integral part of the proposal.
As part of the concept, yes.
And in circumstances where DSS had advised that it was not consistent with the Social Security law.
Within that initial advice, yes. Again, I can't recall if there was a subsequent agreement with DSS or not around the difference of view as to whether or not averaging was within legislation or outside.
Well, you appreciate that whether or not something is in or outside legislation is not determined by agreement. Appreciate that?
I appreciate it's about interpretation, and it's around the position that DSS had, whether or not that retained and continued.
Well, it's a position that DSS had based on legal advice.
Yes, but because I have no recollection of what subsequently was discussed and agreed, I'm not confident to say that there wasn't an agreement.
Well, any agreement would have to be agreement inconsistent with the DSS legal advice, wouldn't it?
Well, I would think so, yes.
And
But
that
having
is-
not seen any of that legal advice, I'm not sure as to whether or not there was any subsequent advice or any subsequent reinterpretation or interpretation. I just don't have visibility of that. I was using the advice that I was being given at the time.
Well, the only advice, that is legal advice of which you'd been informed, was the DSS legal advice that it was not consistent with social security legislation.
Yeah, I certainly accept that now, Mr. Scott. No, I'm not questioning that. But what I'm trying to say is at the time, if I could recall more detail, then it might give me more of an understanding as to how and why that resulted in the reference being removed, and that I simply don't recall.
Given the legal advice of which you'd been informed that we've discussed, wasn't it clearly very important to make clear in this proposal that an averaging method was proposed and that would involve a method that was not consistent with legislation?
I agree absolutely with the first part of that. I don't know why it wasn't included. Yes, it was an important part as far as the concept and around what we believe to be exceptional circumstances. Absolutely, agree.
And the omission of those two matters, that is that there was a methodology of averaging that was proposed and that DSS legal advice was to the effect that was inconsistent with legislation, was apt to mislead Cabinet, wasn't it?
I don't accept that from my perspective. That was not my intent. That was not part of a conversation around intentionally misleading Cabinet. Not.
Whether it was your intent or not, it was apt to do that, wasn't it?
I don't accept that, Mr. Scott. It seems an extreme interpretation. I accept that for some reason it wasn't included within this version of the submission. But I don't accept that there was intentionally trying to deceive Cabinet. That was simply not my intent and not part of any conversation I was part of.
Right. Now, Mr. Britton, could you go to your tab 139? DSS.5023.0001.6194, exhibit 5639.
Yes.
Now, that should be minutes from the DSS Payments Forum on Wednesday, the 9th of March 2016.
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of that forum?
I didn't until last night. And my recollection was I remember the room that we were in, which was in DSS, sounds strange, but in the executive area, which I've never been to before. So I had a moment where I thought, I don't remember this meeting, but I did come back to me last night. So yes, in short, I remember the meeting, yes.
On the 9th of March 2016?
Yes.
Do you recall that Miss Wilson, Serena Wilson, attended?
I don't remember her specifically being there. I personally had very limited contact with Serena Wilson. I do remember those that I have had contact with were in the room, but I don't remember Serena explicitly. But when I look at the minutes, it's telling me that she was present. I just don't remember her specifically, no.
Okay. Well,
You can't remember that update on the cashless card or welfare reform or anything else?
I think I was only there for the beginning from memory, Commissioner, and I may have left after after my bit.
So you were there at the start,
Yes.
did your bit, and off you went? All
That's
right.
what I recall, yeah.
And the start being your walkthrough of the digital compliance platform then to be launched in July 2016?
Yes, and I think there was a slide pack that I was provided by my team to present, yes.
Okay. We go to that, which is, I think your tab 138, exhibit 5638, doc ID CTH.3023.0003.5070_R.
Yes,
Is that the slide pack?
yes, yes. Yes.
Could we go, please, to the fourth page of that document, which should have the last,
The workflow, yes.
yes, the slide headed PAYG-online compliance platform.
Let's use the screen because the text is a bit small.
Yes, we'll call out the relevant part.
Okay, thank you.
You see the section under the blue arrow with the words customer response. You see the three squares below that.
Yes,
And you see the section describing what will happen if there's no action by a customer,
yes,
and that it indicates that there will be an auto assessment.
yes.
Is that a reference to the process as it was then understood, where if the customer did not respond to contact from the department, there would be an auto assessment of their entitlement using averaging?
I would think so, yes, yes.
Do you have a recollection you made that clear at the meeting?
Well, this is 12 months after the period where, so I'm just sort of piecing that together, but 12 months after the period we just talked about. I don't have any speaking notes on this. I probably didn't need them. I don't remember specifically talking about that around the averaging or the use of averaging. I mean, when I read this clean now, I mean, I read that as we're automatically applying the income. It's not called averaging or smoothing, but that's what it's suggesting. But I don't remember explicitly, did I call it averaging and did I explain it in detail? I don't recall.
But that was the process, wasn't it? That you would.
Yeah, that was the concept, yes.
Did you feel in any way uncomfortable about making that plain to the DSS employees at the...
Not that I remember, because again, 12 months had passed and lots of other things, interactions and contacts would have happened in that 12 months. So I doubt this would have been a surprise we're doing averaging moment. But as I said, I don't remember explicitly saying or talking about averaging.
So, in other words, you didn't feel at all a need to conceal the fact that averaging was being used in the process?
No. I've never felt the need to conceal the use of averaging in the context of the concept.
Just somebody felt the need in the context of the NPP.
Commissioner, if that was the final version that went to Cabinet, as I talked about very genuinely, I don't know if there was a explicit reason or intent to exclude it.
Right, what about the statement there, this assessment doesn't change how income's calculated or how debts are determined?
Yes.
And we've seen that a lot, but it's
Yes.
really not right, is it?
I think now, Commissioner, like I agree it's not right, but again, the thinking throughout this, and until things started to unravel, the genuine thinking was, as I very simply explained earlier, around, well, it was being applied on a fortnightly basis. Our understanding was, now we obviously recognise and accept that it was wrong, but it was, and certainly my genuine reflection and recollection was, it was being applied fortnightly. So even though this was a fair way in, and this was moving towards the development and introduction of the OCI as the system, I do genuinely believe that there was a view formed, now we know wrongly, but at the time, around averaging being acceptable in the circumstances.
Well, you see, there's these two different perspectives. From the DSS people who say, we had no idea averaging was happening until 2017,
Yep.
and the DHS people who say, we had no idea there was a problem with averaging, that there was
Yes.
any issue with it. And really, who is one to accept on all this?
And it's certainly one of the reflections around, communication and governance and all those sorts of things. I mean, it's just, I think I saw a reference somewhere in an email around, it quietly went away as the issue, but I don't remember if it went away because we had agreement or whether somebody made a decision that it was, I don't recall, but I don't remember at any point somebody saying you can't average the income in the context of the concept. Now later, obviously, once the large-scale initiations happened and a lot of the issues started to come and become more obvious, I think that was a different sort of time frame of thinking. And certainly issues, I know personally, I raised a number of concerns around, the system build and the ability and the complexity and all those sorts of things around, we're not ready to go. It needs more work. But I think there genuinely was a belief that it was okay, and I held that belief based on the advice I was being given that it wasn't an issue, and I recognise I didn't pick up on the explicit advice that DSS were giving.
Well, the mantra that nothing had changed only appears after that meeting on the 26th of February, where on DSS's account they have raised the issue
Right.
about legality.
Yeah, and I can't answer that, Commissioner, as far as was there an explicit decision, not that I had visibility of. Whether it just evolved, I'm really unclear. But the concept from the early stages remained. Right or wrong, it remained through that process.
Yeah, it remained
Yeah.
unchanged.
Yes,
The
yes.
concept did.
Yes.
And as you've agreed, the way that entitlement was worked out and hence
Yes.
it calculated did change.
Yes, yes.
All right?
Just a couple more documents, Mr. Britton.
Okay,
These are not documents in your folder.
okay.
The first document is Exhibit 5653, Doc ID CTH.3023.0002.0501_R. Now, if we go to the... we can go into the detail of it,
Yep.
Mr. Britton, but it's an email from... It's an email chain concluding with an email from BI Operations Escalated Correspondence.
I think this was in my pack.
Oh, okay.
I think it was, yes. It looks familiar, so.
So you've had an opportunity to review it in preparation.
Yes.
So what's BI Operations?
So that was my coordination, my branch coordination team. So that included my EA. I had people responding to Min and Coro, but basically all things administrative coordination for the branch. And I think last time I was here, I talked about the scale, like it was a huge branch. So lots of moving parts, lots of activity on a daily basis.
Okay. So it's addressed, the last email in the chain is addressed to you.
Yes.
The 2nd of July 2015.
Yes.
We can go through the detail of it, but
Yes.
do you agree with me, having reviewed it in the course of your preparation today, that the subject matter of this chain is requested amendments to a proposed brief to the Secretary,
Yes.
which had been requested by the GM,
Yes.
being General Manager Mark Withnell?
Yes, that's right, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And if we go to Exhibit 5654, Doc ID CTH.3023.0002.0503.
Yep.
See, that's a draft.
Yes.
That would appear to be the draft minute to the secretary?
Yes.
Okay. If we go to the second page, there's handwriting on it.
Yes.
Do you recognise that handwriting to be Mr Withnell's?
It looks like his handwriting. I mean, it's been a number of years since I've seen his handwriting, but it looks like his handwriting and the language that I'm familiar with that he would use.
Okay.
Although I had difficulty in interpreting his handwriting, having not seen it for some time.
Okay. But you see that the subject matter of the brief is to report to the secretary on
Yes.
the results of the pilot that had happened.
Yes, yes.
And one aspect of that report is that, which appears on page 2, in the middle, the paragraph in the middle of the page, call that out. An unexpected outcome is the percentage of customers who are not contacting the department within the prescribed 21 days. At this stage, approximately 60% are not contacting. These customers have debts raised based on the matched PAYG data and sent a debt notice.
Yes.
Okay. And you recall that being the results of the pilot?
I didn't until I was reminded by the brief.
Okay.
But yes, I take that as factual, yes.
Okay. And, well, do you recall that the number of recipients that did not respond to the initial letters in the pilot was at an unexpectedly high level of about 60%?
So I didn't recall that fact specifically, and it wasn't in other material that I was provided. To be honest, it was alarming when I reread it. But yes, I accept that that was what was occurring, yes.
It's quite alarming, isn't it?
It is.
Because under the process that was proposed for the scheme, if that percentage of non-response were replicated, that is 60% of the 800-odd thousand
Yes.
interventions would involve a non-response by the recipient, and in accordance with the process, their entitlements would be calculated using averaging.
Yes, yes. I think hence the reason it was included within the brief, yes.
Yes. And because of the alarming nature of that results of the pilot, that's why it might be expected that the secretary would be briefed on it.
I completely agree, yes.
Right.
I think you'll probably be a bit longer.
One last document, Commissioner, and then I'm done.
Oh, okay.
And that one last document, Mr Britton, is Exhibit 5658, Doc ID CTH.3023.0002.8902_R.
Yes, I remember seeing that.
Yes. And do you accept from me that this is an email chain concluding with an email to yourself on the 25th of November 2015,
Yes.
advising you that the GM, that is Mr Withnell, has advised that the brief would not be progressing to the secretary?
Yes.
Do you recall at all the circumstances of why that occurred?
I didn't, and I don't. I don't remember the reason why it didn't go to the secretary. I mean, as I read it now, it's concerning that it didn't go, given whilst there was elements of that brief that talked about the positive nature, the fact that the savings and other things were being delivered, but obviously there was a critical issue that had been identified, which then resulted in a range of conversations around resolution. But I didn't remember it not going to the secretary.
Do you recall do you recall that range of conversations?
I certainly remember discussions with Jason around what were we seeing, what things are possible, what are we doing. Again, this was in the pilot phase. We had a number of different teams across the country, I think 4 or 5 from memory, maybe 4, that were doing the work. His team were directly engaged through one of his EL1s around trying to better understand what the reasons were. But we certainly obviously felt that it was important. I don't recall being given a reason why it wasn't escalated, and I don't know who made that decision. I'd assume based on that advice it wasn't marked, but I don't know.
See, one reason might be of a fear of revealing that one of the important assumptions of the scheme, that is that the majority of recipients would respond to these letters,
Yes,
was being comprehensively disproven.
agree. That's certainly my take now.
Okay, and can you assist us to understand why that, based on the circumstances that you recall at the time, why there might be that fear?
I think some of it goes, although it's fairly early on, but my own experience was there was difficulty in giving bad news or alternate views to the deputy. Go lightly. I'd had a number of personal experiences with project reports that were read, didn't like read, had to change it, update it. It may be that, I don't know. I'm basing it purely on my personal experience. I think there was a general cultural view around no one gives bad news. So fix it, get on with it and fix it. So I don't know if that was an influence to why it didn't get to the secretary's desk or not. I wasn't part of a conversation and I don't recall if I was ever given a reason why. And to be honest, obviously I received that advice, but I don't remember a reaction at the time being told that it didn't go.
Commissioner, I did promise that it was only going to be one more document. There are two more documents that I do need to take the witness to.
That's all right. I was expecting you to be a lot longer. That's all right. Sorry? Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Your tab 99, Mr. Britton. That document can be taken down. Exhibit 5599, doc ID CTH.2004.0009.8539_R.
99?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, okay.
And do you agree with me? That's an email chain concluding with an email to yourself and Mr. Withnell from Mr. Ryman, dated the 2nd of March 2017.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, have you reviewed this email chain in preparation for your evidence today?
I have seen it, yes. And you probably remember this, Mr. Scott, but this is when I was back in the NDIA.
Right.
And I was actively not engaging with Services Australia / DHS, but I do remember the emails and I do recall the contact from Jason, yes, yes.
Okay, right. So do you recall that the subject matter of this email are two legal advices DSS received, one in 2014 and one in 2017, dealing with the subject of the lawfulness of averaging?
So let me review.
If you want to refresh your memory, Mr. Britton.
If I could, please, I don't...
Can I assist you further that the next tab is tab 107 is the attachment to the email chain, doc ID CTH.3023.0006.8897, exhibit 5607.
Sorry, what tab was that again? Sorry.
107.
Oh, sorry, 99. Sorry, I skipped over. Was it 99 or 100?
So the email is 99 and the attachment is 107.
Oh, 107, thank you. Okay, yes. Yes.
Okay. So do you recall that the subject matter of this email was two legal advices DSS received, one in 2014, the other in 2017, dealing with the subject of the lawfulness of averaging?
Yeah, so I don't recall the emails prior to me reviewing the documents as part of the pack. And it may have been because I was in the NDIA. I may not have taken as much attention to it. But I can see that's the attachment, yes.
So you don't have any recollection at all of being notified being provided the two advices that are dealt with in this email chain?
Prior to this email?
Sorry, you do not have any recollection at all of receiving this email in 2 March 2017?
No, not explicitly, no, I don't.
Right, and you accept, though, that it attaches the legal advices, extracts from the legal advices that I've described?
Yes, yes.
And do we understand your evidence to be that you don't recall receiving the extracts of those legal advices?
No, not prior to this email. And similarly, I think it was in January 2017 was the first time I saw the DHS legal advice received as well. It was part of, the January work was part of preparation, I think, for the Ombudsman's meeting, where I'd been recalled back from the NDIA back into DHS to help support some of that, I call it crisis work, but work. Prior to receiving this in March, I don't recall ever seeing the legal advice. And I couldn't see anything in any of the material that had been provided, an email that contained the legal advice.
Well, have a look at your tab 110, doc ID CTH.2004.0009.8570_R exhibit 5610.
Yes. Yep. Yes.
And you see that that's an email chain
Yes.
that addresses the DSS email regarding the two advices.
Yes.
And you see your email on the 3rd of March 2017 on the first page.
Yes.
Appearing to engage in a discussion about those legal advices.
Yes.
So do you accept that, at least by March 2017, you did see legal advices from DSS dealing with the subject of averaging?
March 2017?
Yes.
After I'd left the department, yes.
I see. Okay. Commissioner, that's the evidence of the witness.
I've got a couple of questions. That advice that was sent over by Mr de Berg for forward as what DSS was going to send to the Ombudsman gave an explanation of a change in DSS's view because it said that DSS came to understand later that recipients would be provided with the opportunity to correct information.
Yes.
But in fact, that was always part of the proposal, wasn't it?
That's correct. From day one, that was the concept. Absolutely, it was about providing more information sooner and with greater transparency to customers.
Okay, next question. In that email that we looked at before of Mr Kimbers, which he set out what happened in the 27 February meeting,
Yes.
it said that DHS outlined revised proposals that would use newly available data sources.
Yes.
But you were always just going to use that pool of ATO data, weren't you?
Yeah, there was certainly no change in data source for PAYG, Commissioner. It may be that Murray is referring to other components of the MPP. I remember there was a reference to AUSTRAC. It may have been, because that was a new data source from memory. So it may have related to another component of the MPP, not the PAYG measure.
Yes, it's in the context where according to him, DSS had said that the proposed method to use annual income to calculate and raise debts would require legislative change, and that DSS wouldn't agree to a change in the fortnightly payment calculations.
Right.
So it's hard to see why they would be jumping to AUSTRAC, but possibly.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't recall any additional information from a data source other than the information we were seeking from the participant.
Or any new analytical tools?
There was certainly, as part of this build, the ICT build, there was a profiling capability. So that was also about the ability in sort of as the information was being updated in the system for risk indicators to be identified. So, you know, an example would be if a customer entered $20,000 for a fortnight's salary rather than the period, that in itself may then generate an automatic, we need you to provide additional information to confirm or validate. So that may have been an additional data source, but we certainly weren't talking to the ATO about giving us information beyond PAYG for this measure because it was already matched and sitting there unactioned.
Okay, you didn't have any analytical tool which would distinguish among the 866,000 customers. You were just going to go for all of them, weren't you?
Oh no, there was certainly, and I've seen it within the Material Commission, that there's certainly work that Ben Lumley's team undertook and then subsequently Jason's team looking at they were analysing, so risk characteristics, period of employment aligned with period of payment. So there's a lot of analytics that was working through and categorising those matches. And I think it's referenced within the material. I remember a table that describes it.
There doesn't seem to have been much selectivity in the sending out of notices.
I certainly recall seeing detail within some of the material that talked about vulnerability indicators, for example. So there were, I think in hindsight, obviously there was different sort of lens being applied, but there was certainly...
It was a vulnerability indicator, wasn't it?
Sorry?
Being dead?
That was one. English as first or second language was another. Indigenous indicators. There are a whole range of vulnerability indicators, as well as channel preference.
Channel preference?
Well, we could have a participant, for example, that was sight impaired. So therefore, asking them to go online may in itself be an indicator to use an alternate channel, which in those cases that would be, I would suspect, an outbound call. So.
Okay. Different question. This proposal, I think you've agreed, was unchanged from the executive minute through the NPP, through to implementation.
Yes.
In that the ATO data would be used in averaged form wherever somebody didn't respond, or if they happen to agree.
Yes.
Come online and agree.
Yes. That was the concept, yes.
Yes. Okay, so that was always the case.
Yes.
And that's how it was put into effect.
Yes, and I think, again, clearly, the incorrect assumption was the volumes of customers that actually engaged versus what we were assuming, and which was way off, yeah.
Did Mr Withnall understand that?
I would suspect he did, because, as I've mentioned, he was very hands-on, very, very into the detail. It formed regular discussions around the compliance program, and he himself, was, there's an example I can think of around prevention where it was his idea, go and have a think about this, build this. So strategically, absolutely giving clear direction, but then operationally in the detail, very much in the detail as well. It's just the way he operates.
Okay. Because if he didn't know about it, it was really you running things, weren't you? Weren't you the next one down?
Yes, that's right.
You didn't feel you were doing this on your own?
There were so many people involved in this, Commissioner. I certainly, with the benefit and certainly stepping away from this as it evolved. So we're talking about the PAYG measure, then we had the additional measure, and then we had a bunch of other measures.
Sure.
Absolutely felt.
But you didn't feel you were in charge of this process?
No, is my honest answer. No, I did not. There were people above me that were driving this, and I was doing what I was told.
And who are those people?
Mark was my direct point of contact, and then later I had contact directly with Melissa Golightly.
Okay. And we've discussed, I had put to you that some DSS witnesses say it was a surprise to them that averaging was happening. Can you point to evidence that would indicate the contrary?
Not that I've seen, Commissioner.
All right, but you were there in 2015, 2016.
Yes.
What was happening on the ground that
There
would
were
make you think?
regular discussions. I mean, for whatever reason, DSS weren't engaged. For whatever decision, or whoever made that decision to not engage until, obviously, the evidence that we've gone through. As I said, I had a very good relationship with Murray Kimber. And similarly, I thought that Mark had a very good relationship with Paul McBride. It was regular. We had structured meetings every month.
Okay, but did you talk about how the OCI was going to be implemented?
I thought we did. Now, I don't have a specific memory where I can link it directly to a conversation on a day, Commissioner, but we had regular contact with DSS, particularly as the other measures were evolving. So this was the first one, and then we had a MyIFO measure that was additional PAYG and unearned income, and then we had another measure the following budget, and then I think there were others subsequently, all using the platform, being OCI, which again is an issue with hindsight, untested platform, but all of these measures were being pushed forward with additional savings, even though it was unproven or not validated. But all of that was part of the conversation we had with DSS. So whilst I can't argue with a piece of evidence to say I don't agree with DSS's statement, I find it, I don't believe that they were surprised with the people that we had more regular contact with.
Okay, anything?
One question, Commissioner. In 2015 and 2016, did you have conversations with Mr. Withner where you talked about how averaging was to be used in the program?
Yes, we talked about how we would apply income.
And how averaging...
On the basis of exception, sorry, Mr. Scott. On the basis of that exceptional process in the context of the concept, yes.
That is, that averaging would be used to calculate and raise debts if a customer did not respond to the communication from the department?
Yes.
Thank you. And did he do anything to indicate that he did not understand that was part of the process?
No.
Commissioner, that's the evidence.
Ms Hogan-Dory?
Mr. Britton, I want to give you an opportunity to clarify some of your evidence and, if necessary, expand upon it.
Sure.
Could we have exhibits 2215 and the first page of 2216 shown up against each other? Mr. Britton, those are at tab 21 and tab 19.
Thank you.
It might be easier if you can see it.
Yes.
Together. 2215 at tab 21 is the email from Mr. Ryman to you, 21 January 2015, sent at 2:25 p.m.
Yes.
And the other document is the email.
Sorry, what tab was that again? Sorry.
That's tab 21.
Oh, no, I've got that one.
And the next one, go back to, is tab 19.
Oh, thank you.
Should be exhibit 2216, which is your email to Mark Withnell and Mark Brown at 2:40 p.m.
Yes.
Same day.
Yes.
All right. And I want to remind you some evidence you gave. You agreed with a proposition by Mr. Scott that you cut and paste Mr. Ryman's response into your response.
Yes.
Do you recall agreeing with him on that?
Yes.
All right. Just looking at the two documents together, I want you to take from me that the first 8 dot points on Mr Ryman's document are the first 8 dot points on yours?
Yes.
And do you see that there's an additional dot point
Yes.
on your document?
Yes.
And there's also, below the quoted text, an extract, and it goes over to the next page,
Yes.
an extract of a statutory provision.
Yes.
May we take it that you added those two?
It appears I did add those two.
All right. What was the source of that additional information?
I don't recall the source. What I can say about the technical extracts, though the Social Security Act extracts, I would expect they were provided to me by someone. I was not familiar with that level of detail. As far as dot point 9,
There would
Yes.
be no requirement to
Yes.
seek and/or apply retrospective legislative change based upon the above.
yes. So I'm not clear if I sought additional advice, whether it be from Jason or another member of the team, or if that was my interpretation of the dot points that Jason provided.
All right. You've given some evidence where you've referred to advice being given to you.
Yes.
Who was giving you that advice?
So primarily it was Jason, all members of his team, but primarily Jason.
And when you were saying advice given to you, you were referring to legal advice within DHS?
Advice that he had or was having discussions with internal legals, yes.
All right. Can I have you look at tab 14, which is Exhibit 2205, which is a document dated 14 January 2015?
Yes?
And do you identify that document?
Yes, I recognise that, yes.
All right. And I just go to the second last page of that document, dot 1635. See, and it's described, bottom of the page, this is an advice that has been second counselled by John Barnett, Deputy
Yes,
General
yes.
Counsel. Do you know who John Barnett was?
My recollection was that he was a lawyer in DHS.
Did you
He
have
was also the primary contact for business integrity.
Right. Did you have any contact with him?
No.
Right. And when you say he was the primary contact for business integrity, what does that mean?
So my experience within business integrity was that there were individual lawyers allocated to either branches, divisions or groups, sort of I can't think of the term that we would normally use in the public service, but they were our conduit, basically, often our direct connection between the legals branch or division and the operational branch being business integrity. So John Barnett's name is familiar to me on the basis of that, and similarly, conversations I recall with Jason where John was the go-to person, the contact, yes.
And when you say conversations with Jason, is that conversations with Jason in which John Barnett was the principal contact in relation to the OCI program concept development?
Yes, so through the development, it was.
All right. Just going back to the first page of that exhibit, 2205.
Yes.
It's dated 14 January 2015, which is about a week before your response to DSS's
Yes.
queries. Do you recall seeing this document at that time?
No. So I think based on what I've seen and what I recall, the first time I actually saw the document was 2017.
Right. Just looking at I take it you looked at this document prior to giving your evidence?
Yes.
All right. Having read through the document, does that trigger any recollection of a conversation with Mr Ryman?
Not explicitly. There were a lot of discussions around, I'm talking to legals, we've requested advice, but it didn't prompt any explicit detailed conversation around the legal advice. We may have had it, it's likely that we would have, but it was, did become evident is that the advice I was being given was consistent with what we've been talking about as far as the concept. But what I didn't recognise was that I hadn't actually seen the advice until 2017.
All right, just before, all right, well, just going back then to tab 19, exhibit 2216, and the addition of the dot point, there would be no requirement to
Yes.
seek and or apply retrospective legislative change
Yes.
based upon the above. Having looked at that document and considered conversations that you had with Mr Ryman,
Yes.
does that assist you at all in relation to the inclusion of that dot point?
I think as I've spoken to, there was advice we were being given internally that what we were proposing conceptually was lawful, in that we were already applying averaging outside of the, what we now know. So on that basis, I think there was a general view that was then maintained because I didn't see an alternate piece of advice that was we were on solid ground.
Do you recall ever expressing that view to anyone outside DHS?
That we had legal advice?
Yes?
Not that I recall explicitly. I would expect it would have come up in conversations, the 27th meeting with DSS. As I said earlier, I don't recall the detail of that conversation, and it wasn't reflected in Murray's notes. So I don't recall specifically, but as mentioned earlier, there were a lot of discussions at this time at my level, at Mark's level, my understanding at Melissa's level, and I don't know if the secretaries were talking. So there was definitely a genuine confidence and feeling that we were okay. And what it sounded like is that we were at odds with DSS as far as the understanding. But certainly there was confidence in saying that it did not appear that we needed to apply retrospective legislation based on the fact we'd been using averaging in a different context, I accept, but we'd been using it for decades.
You gave some evidence about receiving an advice or copy of an advice in January 2017. Can I have you shown Exhibit 5554? Which is a document dated 17 April 2015.
Yes.
Does that, I'll just have you, do you recall looking at that document prior to today?
Yes, yep. It was within those emails I received in 2017, yes.
Do you recall having any discussion about the receipt of this advice in April 2015?
Again, not explicitly. It would be similar to my response to the previous advice you referred to.
And do you have any recollection of being told, or being told something to the effect that between 14 January 2015 and 17 April 2015, that the obtaining of further advice be put on hold?
No, I did see that reference in an email, but no, I don't have any recollection as to advice being withheld. I wasn't directly involved in the engagement with legals in the context of the legal advice, but no, I don't.
No further questions. Commissioner, something may arise from it.
I've got a couple more, so you might. Now, you told us you hadn't seen any legal advice in 2014, 2015. As at the 21st of January 2015, you hadn't seen any advice, and the advice that we went to previously wouldn't have helped you anyway on the subject of averaging. Do you agree?
Yes.
So it doesn't appear Mr. Ryman had any advice about averaging either at this time.
I certainly recall, again from my previous evidence, there were documents where his team had undertaken analysis and review of the current debt policy and the application of averaging.
Okay, this is not a legal team.
No, not a legal team. This was his team, that's right. I'm not aware of any discussions outside of formal legal advice that may have been received prior to the formal legal advice. That's quite possible. Often we'd have conversations, informal conversations with legals around particular issues that may or may not then translate into formal advice, such as the advice here.
You were happy to get your idea of the legal situation transmitted through Mr Ryman, were you?
It's certainly something I've reflected on, Commissioner, as far as my normal practice, and certainly subsequent to this, is to see everything and not just solely rely on the advice. But having said that, there was a heavy reliance on Jason and his role and the expertise of his team. But I think my reflection is I should have seen that legal advice. I don't recall asking for it, and I didn't see it until 2017, but it's certainly
and
something
it wouldn't have
I've
done you
reflected
much good if you did on the subject of averaging that first advice, would it?
Not necessarily the first advice, but the other information that was provided certainly talked about averaging and the application of averaging.
Right. Mr Ryman had no legal expertise, and you'd hardly be confident that his take on the law was accurate, surely?
I think, certainly now, Commissioner, I recognise that. He is and was recognised as an expert in the context of the work that he was doing, developing MPPs and the work that his team undertook. I understood he was relying on advice from DHS legals as well. But I agree, neither of us are lawyers, so in that context, again on reflection, certainly something that I've thought about.
Blind leading the blind leaps to mind.
Well, as it relates to, the work of lawyers versus the work of us as public servants, I think the blind leading the blind might be a little bit harsh, but I accept that we are not lawyers.
Well, how did you have the confidence to assert that there would be no requirement to seek and/or apply retrospective legislative change?
Well, I think, again, it comes back to that concept, Commissioner. At the very early stages of that concept, we didn't anticipate the volumes. We were applying averaging already and had done for an extended period of time. We were thinking that there would be high rates of engagement by customers, even though we recognise the 35%, absolutely acknowledge that. But we thought it would be much higher than what it translated into be. So the issue of averaging was not expected to be problematic in the context of the...
Well, it was from what DSS had said to you.
And I think that's the gap that I have in relation to what I can personally recall and what was actually agreed. But I accept, based on the information that we've gone through, that they had a view. I just don't know what steps were taken for their view to change.
Was there anything arising out of that, Ms Hogendoren? Mr Scott?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
You have got
From
something?
me, Commissioner, may the witness be accused.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr Britton. You're excused. 10 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.